Good evening, race fans, and welcome to coverage of the Porsche Club of America Sim Racing Series. This is round 6 of Series 4, live tonight from Sebring International Raceway in Sebring, Florida. James Pike here alongside Ryan Bauer as we get set to bring you the longest night of PCA Sim Racing yet. If you love seeing GTLM 911s go around Sebring, you're in for a treat because we are going to be going for the next 4 hours here on the iRacing Esports Network, and there will be plenty of action as we have a new format this week. Long and short, the fields got so big we had to split everybody up, so we now have 4 races coming your way this evening for each class. You get 1 race and 1 chance to show what you're made of. The rookies, the sportsmen, the club, and the pro drivers will all have their own individual chances to shine. Ryan Bauer, and I think we're going to see a few names that might not necessarily have gotten the recognition they deserved early on in the season rise to the top and really show their talent and prowess with these smaller fields.
Yeah, that's a nice thing about having the rookie guys out here as a group like this. They do have some of the more advanced drivers from that class to kind of learn on and have them pull forward. But it'll be exciting to see what kind of separation we get amongst those newer guys that may be new to iRacing in general. I know that we're getting a lot of new members right now, so a lot of new people to racing. And I think the greenest of the crop, you'll see that in this field in this first race tonight, James.
Maybe green in experience, but not necessarily green to Porsches. Of course, everyone in PCA Sim Racing is a PCA member in real life. And of course, in order to be a PCA Sim Racing member, you have to own a Porsche at the beginning of things, because that's what gets you into PCA to begin with. As we work our way through the final bits of qualifying, and here's a fun one. The marketing director for the PCA out of the Chesapeake region, Jim Hemming, is racing tonight. He is making his PCA Sim Racing debut after doing so much on the back end to launch this thing off, Ryan Bauer. So I'll be curious to see how maybe the tallest man in PCA Sim Racing gets on at Sebring in this 911 GTLM machine.
Well, I heard from his team they had to spend a little bit of time before the race making sure that seat was back far enough for him. But I think, it's good to see him with all the involvement that he's had with the PCA, be able to get out here on the track and enjoy the fellowship with the group. So we'll make sure we keep an eye on Jim tonight and his good-looking number 9 machine there. So James is getting more and more excited as we're getting down to it. We got a minute left here in this qualifying session, and we'll get them racked up and stacked up and see where they line up once the session's done. And then we'll have a 30-minute race here with these rookies, and just really excited to love Sebring and love Porsche. So it's going to be a great night.
Yeah, no, Sebring's a great little racetrack, one that doesn't necessarily have a lot of elevation changes, but has a lot of different kinds of corners. You've got long sweeping apexes. Turn 6, the Big Bend jumps out to you. You have really, really tight hairpins. Turn 7 jumps out at you. And then you have really technical sections. The run from turn 10 to turn 13, that's the tower turn. And then the run through Bishop all the way around Sunset Bend, which can function as a single or double apex, but a really, really long corner to get you back around to the front straightaway. Every kind of corner you will find on this racetrack. And as we get set for this rookie race, we'll remind you of your top drivers of the point standings entering tonight. Brady McMacken is your points leader over about 100-ish, a little bit shy of, but McMacken leads Gary Rice, and then Lonray Sarumi, Kurt Clifford, and Ryan McGee are your top 5 in points heading into tonight. So if you're looking at the overall class championship, then those are the ones you need to watch. But it is time to bring you tonight's starting grid for the rookie race of round 6, Porsche Club of America Sim Racing, where Michael Coopersmith sets the fast time of the 1:58.204 to take pole over Jonathan Brell. Brent Rosen starts in 3rd spot, and Dwayne Croden begins tonight from the 4th position. The 5th spot on the grid belongs to John D'Angelo. Lance Wilsey rolls off from 6th. 7th will be the 888 of Kurt Clifford. Brady McMacken starts in 8th. 9th is Gary Rice, and Lonray Sarumi starts in 10th. So all those drivers fighting for the class championship in this series, all right there in the back half of the top 10.
And then 11th, we see the 23 of Ronald Cahill. Ryan McGee in the 944 is going to roll off 12th tonight. Jared Roadheaver in the 718 will roll off from the 13th position. And we'll then see on his outside, Timothy Watson in the 13, Bruce Froby in the 130, and Jim Jim Hemmig in the sixth roll off in the 16th position. 17th would be Tyler Edwards. 18th, the 8 of Jeremy Main. Leaf in the 913 rolls off 20th tonight.
It's Eric Ziegler, Brian Leary, Michael Polosek, Leaf Peterson, John Montgomery, Jonathan Patterson, and Jay Ewing in the back of this grid. Have a hunch some of these drivers may have accidentally entered the wrong server. Normally, this is when things open up, and it's an entirely new setup for PCA. They've never had 4 races in one go. Never 4 races in one night. So plenty of action coming your way across the board this evening. As the drivers begin their pace laps, we'll take a look at the track facts here at Sebring. This is a 3.74 mile, 6.02 kilometer circuit with 17 turns. We race on iRacing Day, May 15, 2020, the default time this year for all iRacing races. We're running in the morning here at Sebring. It's just after 9 o'clock a.m. local time in Sim. Currently, weather is 66 degrees Fahrenheit. Track temps are 72 degrees Fahrenheit. Those should climb. And this track should get a little bit slicker as the race progresses. Winds to the north, 2 miles an hour, and 53% humidity here. So not an excessively balmy day, but just enough to keep you on your toes here, and just enough to maybe make things interesting as this race progresses and we get set for 30 minutes of action with the rookies. Their first showcase race like this. I think, Ryan, you have to believe that if you're anybody in this class, this is the biggest opportunity you've had yet. Because never before in the history of PCA Sim Racing had the rookies had their own race. So this is a bit of a showcase event for them, and you want to make the history, but you also want to make yourself look good while making that history, no?
Yeah, definitely a prime example of, we'll see what these guys kind of hard work they've been putting in, kind of seat time and laps they've been turning this week. These guys are used to being in a much larger field and, being stuck towards the middle, even possibly towards the back of that pack. So this is going to be a new experience for some of these guys starting up here at the front. And, for these rookies, it's just going to be a really exciting moment for them to be on spotlight here tonight.
And especially for those fighting for the championship in class, the Kirk Cliffords, the Brady McMackins, the Gary Rices, the Landres Sarumis, that quartet. You will want to keep your eyes on that group because those are the ones who really do have a shot at winning this class at the end of the season. They are pretty tight within about 300 points of one another at best. So very, very tight standings amongst that group. It gets even tighter in some of the later classes that you'll see this evening. But for the rookies, this will be quite fine, quite dandy, and quite good enough as we get set for a big night of racing here on the iRacing Esports Network, and glad to have all of you on board for the action as they work their way towards the old landing strip. Sebring was built out of the remains of an old World War II Air Force base. And this long run through, especially turns 14, 15, 16, the run through towards Le Mans, and then the Ullman Straight in and of itself is actually an old runway that you just get to blast all the way down before you eventually make it to Sunset Bend.
Yeah, this will be the area that we'll see a lot of passing down here at the end of this straightaway. It's a very bumpy, sweeping turn to the right down here at the end of the straightaway, and we'll see them fanned out 3 and 4 wide at times too, because it's a very technical corner coming onto the straightaway. So we'll see some of the guys really gain time from the center of that corner off as far as the apex of that corner goes down here into the sweeping right-hander before they come back around to the start-finish line.
They get set to roll. It'll be Michael Coopersmith and Jonathan Brell who will lead this field to our first green flag of 4 tonight as Coopersmith gets set to roll. Green flag is out, and we are underway with round 6 of PCA Sim Racing here at Sebring, and a good start for Brent Rosen and a good start for Dwayne Groen and John D'Angelo also in there as well. Everybody backs it off though. Big dive though. Looks like that might be John D'Angelo a little bit of trouble a little bit further back. So it'll be Coopersmith and Rosen who take care of business, and Lance Wilsey is the one who emerges and will come out P3.
Yeah, that's a little bit of calamity back there in the first corner. Again, we talked about might be a new experience for some of our drivers, and that's bound to happen. Level of inexperience And it can be a learning experience for our drivers as well. As we see the front three really starting to stretch it out here. So far, the front three, I think, are going to be in cruise control at this point, and we'll see what Michael can do here at the front, as he's going to be setting the pace early in this 30-minute run tonight here in this race.
Cooper Smith, Rosen, Wilsey, all within about a second of one another. Brady McMacken managed to come through that mess at the first corner, and he's now fourth. And then Lanre Sarumi currently holds the fifth spot. So got a bit of a battle for points there as well in the top five. Then D'Angelo, then Bruce Fraby, then Jim Hemmick, who snuck through all that and is currently running in P8, and then Kurt Clifford and Ryan McGee, your top 10 as it stands. So everybody chasing Cooper Smith at this point. He's opened it up to about a second on Brent Rosen and Lance Wilsey. Slide a little bit further back, though, because I think the battle is going to be between Lanre Sarumi and John D'Angelo, fifth and sixth. Those two are within about a second of one another.
Yeah, we see the front three, continuing to maintain that gap. But right here we have this battle going on between Lanre and John, battling for that coveted fifth position. See him looks like working through possibly some traffic already. I'm not sure if that was a driver that had an issue. Actually, looking at the sheet now, we do have a three-way battle for fourth. Looks like Lance had some trouble there. That's allowed Lanre and John to gather it back up and get back up close to him. So we'll keep an eye on it now as we have these guys around each other that haven't been around each other so far. And we'll see. It looks like Lance is quite a bit faster, and he must have just, again, had to recover from a mistake as we see him show his authority and his talent levels. He goes right back up into the fourth position there for Lance.
Wilsey's got speed. Sarumi jumps ahead. The big story, though, John D'Angelo hit with a 60-second orange zone violation for causing an incident on that first lap, as Sarumi locks it up in turn one and goes wide at the very beginning of the lap. So that'll move Bruce Fraby up into P5. Wilsey still in the fourth spot. Had a little bit of trouble, looked like, at Le Mans, but he's gathered it up nicely and continued onwards. Meanwhile, it's Cooper Smith and Rosen, and then McMacken, who's about 9 to 10 seconds back of Rosen. So Cooper Smith and Rosen within about a second of one another. And that now all of a sudden is the best battle on track.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Very difficult technical track here at Sebring. It's just really flat. I know we talked about how it was an old military base, so it makes sense for it to be in a flat area. But as a race car driver, I know my experience here, it's not hard to make a mistake that ends up costing you a lot of time, as we saw, Lanre have that difficulty into turn one. Luckily, there was quite a bit of runoff in that area. Looks like he's able to gather it back up and continue on. He's now back in the eighth position, about 30 seconds back from our leader.
After that big mix-up and incident there, Sarumi back into eighth spot. Rosen now back of Cooper Smith by about 2 seconds, and everybody well strung out. That Brell-Sarumi battle is the next one that you have to watch behind your leaders. That's maybe about 2 seconds, and then McMacken and Kurt Clifford, the points battle here. Those two are about 2.5 seconds split from one another, so everybody beginning to find their rhythm, I think, here at Sebring, beginning to really piece it together. Gary Rice is, I think, the one driver who's suffered more than anyone else at the beginning of this race. He got caught up in turn one and is still on pit road trying to get his car fixed up. So not the greatest of points days, I think, coming for Rice when you're getting down towards the end of the championship and you need good points. You need good numbers coming your way, and you need to be building some sort of charge to the title one way or another. McMacken, though, doing a nice job of hanging on to a decent share of points. He and Clifford are largely holding serve at this stage as we enter lap 3 of this rookie race. This 30-minute race to open up tonight's PCA Sim Racing program at Sebring.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of exciting racing here tonight from Sebring, and we see these guys here in the top 5 doing a very good job so far, keeping on the pavement, on the concrete most sections here. And they're just doing a good job so far, being in this situation and making the most out of it. So I know we saw a little bit of trouble at the beginning of the race with the new situation, but for some of those drivers, but that can be expected, and it looks like things have calmed down now. Our leader does have a 4-second gap over Brent Rosen, who's running in the second position. We pick Brent up now, get a good look at his light blue number 17. He's from the Ryzen Toter region. You know more about the different Porsche club regions than I do, James, but it's good to see Brent doing so well tonight, up in the second position.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch, Herr Bauer?
Yeah, you would think more with my last name, being German and meaning farmer, but it's just not something that I ever gravitated to, which doesn't make a lot of sense. But that's just the way things are sometimes.
Hey, well, we can fix that a little bit because it is the Risentora region that you speak of. And the Risentora region is for all of our good friends who run near Philadelphia. That, I think, is the one you want to pay attention to because everybody down in that ballpark has a lot of fun with this whole deal, and they've got good representation across the board. So many drivers who have been involved over the course of PCA Sim Racing in the past year and change. So no surprise to see another one of their men, Brent Rosen, come up and currently be in line for a podium position, but still needs to try and run down Cooper Smith, who's had the best laps far and away of anybody here. Is the only driver to clear the 158. So nobody in the ballpark of Michael Cooper Smith at all out of the Hudson Valley region. That also happens to be the one where James Hughes is from, who you'll see a little bit later this evening. But the Hudson Valley region covers a lot of the Hudson River Valley that runs up out of New York City and north through the eastern edge of the Empire State, carries you all the way up to Albany in the Tri-Cities area. So you live in that part of the country, Michael Cooper Smith ends up being a name that you want to pay attention to, one of the native sons for all the members of the Hudson Valley region of the PCA.
That makes a lot more sense now. I appreciate you explaining that. He's out now to over a 7.5 second gap, so I don't know if Brent had some type of trouble again, unfortunately, but Michael's keeping it smooth here. Last lap was a 158.4. That's actually his fastest lap of the race so far. When we were on board with Michael, you could see him really hustling the car around the track. So I think he's got something that he wants to prove out here tonight and a message to send. And so far, so good. He has been the fastest car on the track by almost a full 2 seconds last lap. So it looks like we'll go back and pick up Lance Wilsey in the number 24. He's back up to the third position after we saw that recovery that he made and those couple of position changes we saw take place on the in the sweeping section corner before the start-finish line. So nice recovery for Lance. He's back up to third. He is, however, 18 seconds behind our leader, Michael. So just have to keep it on the concrete and see if he can make up any of that time, as we do still have over 21 minutes to go here, James.
The battle to watch is actually going to be Bruce Fraby and Kurt Clifford, or at least it was, and then Clifford went wide at Le Mans, and Fraby was able to pick up about 2.5, almost 3 seconds on the 888 machine to secure P5 and lock it down a little bit more than he had the lap before. So Fraby and Clifford still your closest battle within the top 10, but also going to have to watch Jim Hemming and Dwayne Cronin, because Cronin is beginning to make his charge on the number 9 machine, and those two begin their roar down the Oldman Straight into Sunset Bend.
Yeah, we're on board with the number 9 of Jim Hemming, and see all the heat being put off by these Porsche RSRs, and I just love going on board with these cars and hearing that sound as these guys are slamming it through the gears with the sequential gearboxes, and great corner there for Jim, and we see him maintaining that little bit over 2 second advantage back to Dwayne, as Jim is in the 7th position. I've got Dwayne in 8th, Lanre Sarumi in 9th, and Tyler Edwards now round out your top 10.
Sarumi is still holding firm here after all the madness that he went through on the first lap. He started to pick it back up and has begun laying down some decent lap times, but still behind Kurt Clifford and Brady McMacken. That, I think, is the big story for him. McMacken is going to extend his points lead as it stands if he can hang on to the spot that he's got now. Doesn't really matter what Lance Wilsey does. Doesn't really matter what Brent Rosen does or Michael Cooper Smith. They all came in the middle of the season. McMacken has been racing since round 1 at Mid-Ohio, and his dominance on this series, I think, beginning to show. He hasn't necessarily been the fastest rookie every week, but the most consistent rookie more often than not has been that number 4 machine out of the Oregon region of the PCA. And, maybe it might be a bit of a giveaway given the region name, but the Oregon region covers the greater Portland area and everything up in the northwestern part of the state. So if you call the Rose City home, Brady McMackin's going to be one you want to watch because he's got plenty of speed, and who knows? I guess the only real question is whether or not his allegiance lies with the Ducks, the Beavers, or maybe somebody else.
Yeah, we pick up here with the number 1 of Dwayne Cronin. Looks like he's either had some trouble since we last saw him, or he was part of that calamity in turn 1 on the first lap. But I wanted to point out that Jim Hemmig is now he was within a second and a half of Dwayne. So I was hoping we were going to pick up a battle there, but it looks like Jim may have had a little bit of an issue and gone wide in one of the corners. Is now back to about 2 1/4 seconds behind Dwayne. But these guys are running in 7th and 8th position respectively. Looking back further in the field, looks like there's still quite a few cars on pit road. Might be trying to recover from an off or something like that. But so far at the front, again, we have a now over 12-second advantage for Michael as he's really stretching it out with those 158s almost every single lap. James has just been very consistent so far all run.
Wilsey's the only one that's had the opportunity to be in the same zip code so far as lap times go. But even then, Wilsey was a second slower than Coopersmith that last time by. So not really much of a battle to worry about. The front end of this field, Wilsey's actually catching Rosen by about 2 seconds a lap. So maybe give it 5 to 10 minutes, we might see Wilsey and Rosen racing for P2. But Bruce Fraby and Kirk Clifford, that's the battle to watch right now. Those two are right on top of each other as they come up towards Tower and continue their way around Sebring International Raceway.
Yeah, I was about to mention that. As we see one of the drivers going off there, that was the 130 of Bruce Froby. It doesn't take much, like we talked about. Just a small mistake can end up costing you a lot. And luckily, that was a part of the track with a lot of runoff, so I'm sure Bruce will be able to recover from that. Continue on. Yeah, Bruce is already back on track now, guys. Good to see that for Bruce. Still in the 6th position. Still does have looks like about 30 seconds over the next closest car behind him. So I think Bruce can settle back in and hit his marks for a few laps and see if he can kind of close that gap down. He's now 12 seconds behind Kirk as we saw them battling earlier. Looking on the timesheet, everybody's pretty spread out right now. I think the closest thing we have going on right now, it would be in between Lance and Brent, between the guys running second and third. Brent Rosen in the 17 running second, and then actually now as I say that, now it's over 8 seconds back to Lance. So everybody's pretty spread out right now and getting closer to the halfway point of this race as we now have 17 minutes to go.
Beginning to work our way towards the halfway point of tonight's race in our first VRS Midway race break. In the meantime, we'll put the focus on Jim Hemmig and Lanre Sarumi in this race. Sarumi, another one of those drivers who has run throughout the entirety of Series 4. He hails from the Chicago region of the PCA, which covers all of the Chicagoland area. Jim, of course, the national marketing director for the PCA, and claims the Chesapeake region as home, which covers Baltimore, Annapolis, and most of the eastern shore of the great state of Maryland. So if you happen to maybe have an affinity for Old Bay and yell "oh" every time the national anthem's played somewhere,
right,
Jim Hemmig might be a good one to cheer for. No,
there you go. Yeah, absolutely, nothing wrong with that.
So in the meantime, we'll take a peek here. That's one battle to watch. The other is that Lance Wilsey Brent Rosen battle that we have talked about rather throughout a good chunk of this opening race. Lance Wilsey comes from the Northeast region of the PCA. That Northeast region covers Beantown, Boston, Massachusetts, and the surrounding area is where you'll find the Northeast region members. Meanwhile, Brent Rosen comes from the Toyota region of Philadelphia that we've already talked about. So Boston, Philadelphia sounds like almost like an original 6 NHL class, quite frankly.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely going to be some inner battle between these two gentlemen, just from the fact, like you said, logistically where they're located. No doubt about that too. As we're now approaching the halfway point of this race, James. These guys at the front still doing a good job of keeping it on the pavement, and the top three, still within 25 seconds of each other after halfway through this race. So those are the three that we saw at the beginning of the race. Keep it on the track and have that success, and it looks like they're continuing to do so as we're now past that halfway point.
I think you are largely in the right ballpark, and since we have passed halfway, it's now time to take our first VRS Midway Race Break, which as always is brought to you by Virtual Racing School. VRS is the official setup provider for PCA Sim Racing and is home to a variety of tools to help you become faster. Learn from the best sim racers in the world, including four-time eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series champion Ray Alpala, three-time iRacing World Champion Martin Krumke, the inaugural iRacing Rallycross World Champion Mitchell DeYoung, and other top sim racers. Michael Coopersmith is your leader, having completed 8 laps and is now about to hit pit road to begin his 9th. Brent Rosen runs in the 2nd position. 3rd is the 24 of Lance Wilsey. Brady McMacken runs in the 4th spot. 5th is Kurt Clifford. Bruce Fraby runs in the 6th spot. Jim Hemming runs in 7th. Lanre Sarumi is in the 8th spot. 9th belongs to Tyler Edwards, and Dwayne Cronin has currently scored in 10th.
Running in the 11th position, we see the 23 of Ronald Cahill. The 52 of John D'Angelo running in the 12th position. Brian Leary in the 36 is running in 13th. Looks like the 14th place runner, the number 5, Jonathan Brell, is currently off the track, and looks like the same with the rest of the guys on back from there. So 15th is Jared Roadheaver. Ryan McGee, the 944, in the 16th position. Eric Zager in the 22 and 17th. Gary Rice, and look, we talked about his unfortunate event in turn 1 on lap 1. He's back in the 18th position. And rounding out your field, the number 13 in 19th position, that is Timothy Watson.
Timothy Watson runs in that 19th spot, and that concludes tonight's VRS Midway Race Break. And for more information on the Virtual Racing School, you can visit www.virtualracingschool.com. As Brent Rosen has taken the lead over Michael Coopersmith, but Coopersmith has the fresh tires. The question now will be, at what point does Rosen come in? At what point does McMacken come in? Have they managed to conserve their stuff, per se, to make a good charge at the end of this race within the final 10 minutes? That, I think, is the big question.
Yeah, there's just such a separation, but as we talk about that now, we see 3 guys under a blanket. Oh, as it looks like Bruce has trouble again, goes off the track. That's going to allow Lance to leapfrog him up into the 4th position. Michael Coopersmith right here after his pit stop, we see where he's at now, guys, and it's just never a dull moment. I love these road course races because you never know, especially with the mandatory pit stops that we have here in PCA. You're never going to be a dull moment. You get to the halfway point of the race, you'll see the guys start coming in, making their pit stops, and when they come out, you see battles ensue, and that's what we just saw there. Unfortunately for Bruce, he had that trouble again off the track, but Lance and Michael were both able to capitalize and maintain, looks like, clean pieces so far, James.
Lance Wilsey runs in that 5th spot now. Michael Coopersmith was able to get around the 24 and take over P4, so Wilsey will have the opportunity to at least try and hang on to the rear of Coopersmith, but it's now about whether or not he can go catch Kurt Clifford or Brady McMacken, those two running nose to tail, and Clifford was able to get around McMacken at the mall, and so he takes over 2nd place as they come down the Ullman Straight into that incredibly famous final turn here at Sebring, the world-renowned Sunset Bend.
Yeah, we talked a lot about how big of a sweeping, how it is a big sweeping corner, but also about how bumpy it is. I know that it can catch you off your guard if you hit those bumps wrong, James. And I know that with one of the 2 long straightaways here being right after that corner, you're trying to maintain as much speed as you can coming through that corner. Of course, unless you're coming to pit lane, of course. But we did see our leader pit that lap, and now we're with the 888 of Kurt Clifford. He's now out front. And looks like P2 made their pit stop, and now the gap is only 16 seconds. So once we see Kirk hit pit road, that will relegate Michael Coopersmith and cycle through back to the lead.
So Coopersmith is in good shape. Clifford, the last one to come down pit road. It's Clifford still leading, then Coopersmith, then Wilsey, then McMacken. Brent Rosen has the 5th spot. Bruce Fraby's back to 6th, and now coming down pit road for service. And then just a matter of everybody else that's jumped in there. Jim Hemming has yet to come down pit road for service. Lanre Sarumi is the next man behind him. It's maybe about 4 seconds between Hemming and Sarumi. That's the 2nd closest battle on track beyond Coopersmith and Wilsey, though Coopersmith has done a decent job of running off the front end of Wilsey. So all eyes now on Kurt Clifford and when he comes down pit road to finish the pit cycles off.
Yeah, we're getting down to it as we do have a little over 9.5 minutes to go here I know with the mandatory pit stops, I'm not sure if it's a limited fuel situation or if it's just part of the league rules go with the pit stops, but strategy is definitely coming into play because you do decide when you make that pit stop. You know, that's something that's in your control, and having a time to pit when you can come out with clean track in front of you is very important in this style of racing with these little sprint races. So you know, with these rookies, you know, that might be something that's very new to them with the pit strategy. So we'll just have to keep an eye on that as we're still with Kirk as he's yet to make his pit stop. I expect we'll probably see him this lap or next lap, James, as we are getting down to just 9 minutes to go.
You can see him slowing down now, so that answers your question. Kirk Clifford into pit lane at Sebring and will potentially give the race lead up as well. Michael Coopersmith now coming through Sunset Bend. So it will be Coopersmith who takes over the lead once again over Wilsey, then McMacken, then Rosen. And how about Lonray Sarumi? Started to close in on Jim Hemming a little bit more. That battle is beginning to develop. It's now down to 1.8 seconds in this battle for 6th and 7th.
Yeah, we go on board with the 14 of Sarumi. We see him doing a nice job keeping it on the track. And within, like you said, within 2 seconds now of Jim Hemming, Jim still yet to come to pit road. Same with Tyler Edwards in the 8th position. We'll go on board with Tyler. He has yet to make his pit stop. We'll expect to see both those drivers within the next lap or two. As we're now down to just 8 minutes to go. Again, a quick rundown of your top 5. We've got Michael Coopersmith, Lance Wilsey, Kirk Clifford, Brady McCacken, and Brent Rosen in the 17 round out your top 5.
Brent Rosen now into 5th, Hemming into 6th. As they all clear Bruce Fraber, who's coming down pit road. But here comes Lonray Sarumi in that number 14. One of the top 4 drivers in the rookie class points. Also one of the fastest drivers in this field. Just set the second or third fastest lap, rather, that last time by of anybody with a 2:05. So Sarumi with plenty of pace, trying to find a way around Jim Hemming and figure out how he can get to the front of this field.
Yeah, we're getting down to it now, just a little over 7.5 minutes, or a little under 7.5 minutes to go. Coopersmith pretty much been in cruise control now. Does have, waiting for timing and scoring to cycle around when Lance completes his lap after his pit stop, but same with Kirk Clifford, but I know that advantage is going to be quite a bit bigger as we saw the lap times there. Yeah, Coopersmith just checking out, cruising, 7 minutes to go. He's doing his job. Just needs to keep it on the track here, James, and I think he'll, you know, doesn't look like there's a whole lot of traffic he's going to have to deal with in front of him, so I think that'll help out a lot.
He should be in good shape. It's all about Hemming and Sarumi, and then another battle's begun to develop. 2 for 3rd and 4th. Kirk Clifford and Brady McMacken are now all of a sudden within a second of one another, so you might want to keep our eye on 3rd and 4th. Of course, those two also near the top of the point standings. McMacken came into tonight as the rookie class leader. Kirk Clifford came into tonight 4th in points, and they are both going to have solid points nights and gain on Gary Rice and Lonray Sarumi a little bit, but Rice is the one with the big issue who never really got going this evening and is going to finish 18th. It's going to be a really, really big blow to his class championship hopes this evening. He's going to have to put together something special at Silverstone and then Road America in the final 2 weeks of the season in order to have a shot at the Series 4 title in the rookie class.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how much of that gap gets closed up. You know, he was in a situation with the lead that he had that he could get away with a bad race, but I don't know about having trouble on lap 1 like that, James. That's going to be hard to overcome, as that's going to be about the most you can lose in a situation like that. Essentially, it's like not showing up at all and not getting any points. A little bit better than that in this situation, of course, but you hate to see that for Gary, but you know, that's just part of racing sometimes, and that's you know, why we do have 2 races left, and that's just going to crank up the excitement and the battle that we're going to have for the championship as we're getting down to just those last 2 races after this one. As we see Kirk Clifford go off, that's going to allow Brady McCacken, sorry, I can't talk tonight apparently, but that's going to allow Brady to get by into that 3rd position. And looking at the top 5, kind of all spread out now, with the exception of a battle that we have going on between Jim and Lonray, and that's for the 6th position, James, and down to under 5 minutes to go now.
4:55 officially, plus 1 lap potentially, depending on where Michael Coopersmith crosses the line in relation to that clock. Clock would say you probably have about 3 laps left, depending on where he is. He also just completed a lap, so he's got about 2 minutes 20. So I think we probably have about 3 laps left. He should cross the line with somewhere in the ballpark of about 10 seconds left of the clock. He'll get the white flag on that lap, so it'll be very, very tight as to whether or not Cooper Smith runs a third lap or a second. But as it stands, Cooper Smith in good shape, in good stead, in position to win this as Brent Rosen continues to charge. He's now trying to find his way around Kirk Clifford, who has slid well back of Brady McMacken. It's about a 3-second gap between McMacken and Clifford, and now Rosen's the one poised to take advantage as Clifford, I think, is beginning to struggle for pace towards the end of this race.
Yeah, that makes you wonder about what's going on there, if it's a nerve situation, because there is more of more on the line here as we see Kirk back to fourth after we saw that mistake that he had. But you know, the key is to minimize mistakes as we're down under 4 minutes to go. Not a lot of time to make up for a mistake at this point in the race. So he's, you know, we see Brent behind him. This is the battle right now for the fourth position. So Kirk just needs to keep it on the track, keep hitting his marks, because if he can do that, his lap time has been a little bit better than Brent's, so that will, as you see him start to pull away a little bit here, I just think he needs to kind of get back in the groove and hit his marks and shake off the nerves from the couple of mistakes that he's made. But he still is rolling and he has recovered, so hopefully he can build off that as we're now down to 3 minutes to go.
Sarumi made another mistake, and he's now 10 seconds back of Jim Hemming. So all about Clifford and Rosen, this last battle remaining of this rookie race, the opening race of 4 tonight for PCA Sim Racing. As Michael Coopersmith will round the bend and he will complete another lap, and with about 2:45 left on the clock, might be a little bit more than 10 seconds that he gets, but in either case, should be about 2 laps left for Michael Coopersmith to claim victory at Sebring.
It's been an impressive performance tonight, very consistent with the lap times. He's been in cruise control. Now after that round of pit stops and what we saw with the different strategies there, now has a 12.5 second advantage. So smooth sailing from here, nothing but hitting those marks and staying on the track, James. That's all he's got to do here. Got such a big advantage that hopefully he doesn't try and slow down too much, because I know that can also bring up mistakes as well with your braking points and everything else.
One of those cases where you got 12 seconds to burn if you need them. Not really any need to push, and yet, all the while, Michael Coopersmith still setting some of the best lap times within this field. He came through and has slowed it down a little bit. He's back to about a 2:04, 2:05, so not running the blistering 157s that he was running earlier in tonight's race, but still good enough to maintain this lead, put himself in good position. Meanwhile, McMacken, Clifford, Rosen all together, 3, 4, 5. That's going to be the battle to watch as Coopersmith gets ready to take the white flag next time by.
Yeah, these three that we see here, these three under a blanket battling here. It's nice to see that at this point in the race. It looks like Brady, we saw him get past Kirk. Now Kirk is recovered from that mistake, is back up on the back door. They're doing everything he can. Like you said, this should be the white flag next time around. So we've got 3, 4, 5 right here under this blanket, and just going to keep an eye on this battle as it's very exciting, and see what Brent can do, if he can maybe wait and see if these two start battling and maybe take advantage of that as well, because you get offline here and you do lose a lot of speed with some of these long straightaways.
As Michael Coopersmith will come around to take the white flag, Brady McMacken, Kirk Clifford, Brent Rosen all racing for the final spot on the podium. Here comes Clifford with a good run down the Ullman Straight. He'll have the opportunity to maybe look to the inside of McMacken going into Sunset Bend, and does. There goes the number 888 to the inside of the 4. That's a battle for position, but he gets on the brakes early. Is it going to send McMacken wide? It does indeed. McMacken goes way wide in Sunset Bend, and I couldn't tell. I think Kirk Clifford just escaped. I wasn't sure if they made contact. It was ever so close, but Clifford manages to leapfrog McMacken and take over the third spot for the time being. 1 lap to go for this group as Coopersmith works his way through turn 7.
That was very impressive. You predicted that, with the way that they set up for that corner like that. It was just really impressive to see the composure that Kirk had there and be able to make that work. That's allowed Brent to get up a lot closer now to Brady as they're battling. But yeah, Kirk Clifford back up into that third position. we'll take it back to our leader now. As working his way around here, time has elapsed, James, and he now has almost a 15-second lead. So, again, that is the number 2 of Michael Coopersmith. And looking back at the sheet, it kind of looks like that battle has settled down between Clifford McCacken and Brazen.
McMacken is the man.
Yeah, I don't know. I keep getting the Kingpin reference pops into my head for some reason, and that's why I keep adding that R in there. So apologize to Brady for butchering his name, but good run for these rookies up here in the top 5 tonight, James. They were able to recover from mistakes that they made and minimize those mistakes at the same time.
And gained speed, I think, gained confidence in this track over the course of the final few laps or so. But it's all about Michael Coopersmith, who comes through Sunset Bend for the final time and will come across the line untested. One more corner to go, all in good shape, good stead, and it will be Coopersmith who takes the victory in the rookie class here for PCA Sim Racing Round 6 at Sebring, and he'll take home the victory for the Hudson Valley region. Meanwhile, a few more cars all over the place as Rosen and McMacken end up in trouble, and it looks like Rosen's going to be able to get around Clifford. So Rosen jumps up into P3. It'll be Rosen, then Clifford, then McMacken, who will finish 3, 4, 5 as it stands. And big dive there at the very end from Clifford. He tried to get around Rosen, but just sent it too wide, and Rosen will slip away to grab the final spot on the podium.
Yeah, we'll go back and pick up McCacken after he's had his difficulties bringing it home, and we go back and we see the 9 of Jim Hemmig. Jim with a great run tonight up into the 6th position. Looks like he doesn't have anyone close to him, so he's just cruising at this point to bring it home. And Sarumi had recovered to a 7th place finish tonight, James. So that it's been an up and down night for him, but P7's not too bad. Tyler Edwards comes home in 8th. Good run for Tyler tonight as well.
Drivers finishing up their final laps here. Lance Wiltsey in good shape. Michael Coopersmith, your race winner. Waiting to see how many more drivers are left to knock out racing here. Looks like Hemming is about to come across the line and finish off his race. As Sean DeAngelo continues onward as well. Looks like he and Brian Leary are continuing to push on. Bruce Fraby also in the mix too. Ryan McGee. Eric Ziegler just crossed the line to finish his race. Gary Rice stuck on Pim Road as Wiltsey continues to roll around here, but Hemming gets it done, finishes off his race, and I think we can now turn our attention to the full field rundown to tell you where your favorite driver finished. Michael Coopersmith comes home in P1 over Lance Wiltsey. Brett Rosen finishes in the 3rd spot. 4th went to Kurt Clifford. Brady McMacken finished in the 5th position. 6th went to Jim Hemming. Lanre Sarumi finished in 7th. 8th was Tyler Edwards. Ronald Cahill finished in the 9th spot. And John DeAngelo finished in 10th.
See Brian Leary in the 36th coming home 11th. Jared Roadheaver in 12th. Bruce Froby in 13th. Ryan McGee in the 944 comes home in 14th tonight. The 22 of Eric Zager comes home in 15th. Dwayne Cronin in the number 1 comes home 16th tonight. In 17th, we have Jonathan Burrell. 18th to Timothy Watson. Gary Rice in 19th, and looks like, looking at the sheet over there, it was the last car to finish the race tonight, or the last car to take time. So some of these other drivers' names that you see on the chart here, like you said earlier, either in the wrong session or had that early trouble at the beginning of the race. So that's Timothy Watson, Gary Rice, and Jeremy Main round out your running order tonight.
As that concludes our rookie race, and we'll take a quick commercial break and then be back on the other side with the Sportsman race. Class 2 of 4 here in PCA Racing coming right up as you watch Podium Esports coverage of the Porsche Club of America Sim Racing here on the iRacing Esports Network.
Virtual Racing School was developed to provide support to the next generation of sim racers. No matter if you're a rookie or veteran or what car or track you'll be racing, our goal is to provide training every step of the way. We found that iRacing can be quite difficult without proper training. There needed to be a way to prepare for on-track racing. With VRS, you can literally learn from the best sim racers in the world, including 4-time NASCAR iRacing World Champion Ray Alfala
and Ray Alfala Fowler is a 4-time champion of the NASCAR PCASRS iRacing Series.
3-time iRacing Grand Prix World Champion Martin Kroenke.
Martin Kroenke becomes a 3-time world champion.
Rallycross World Champion Mitchell de Jong.
Mitchell de Jong is now champion for the iRacing Rallycross World Championship Series.
And many other top sim racers. Data packs include everything you need to start learning. Our World Championship coaches create the data packs by setting a hot lap or a series of fast laps for you to compare, analyze, and replicate. Data packs also include a tutorial where the coach points out techniques they use to hit the fast lap. This gives you access to the latest driving techniques and setups before you even hit the track. Sign up for a free account and download the VRS telemetry logger. With this application running seamlessly in the background, your laps automatically start syncing to the VRS website. From there, you can analyze and compare 2 laps of your choice, whether it's your data, the coaches, or your teammates. VRS will automatically target improvement opportunities so you can get up to speed even faster. VRS also makes it easy for you to request and schedule one-on-one or group coaching sessions. These sessions can range from 30 to 90 minutes, and you can select the car, track, and setup combination of your choice. Visit virtualracingschool.com today to sign up and get started.
Coming up to the line, being chased, and it was Braden Johnson. Unbelievable finish. It was 1/1000th of a second between them.
Green flag in the air. We are racing in the 2020 24 Hours of Daytona.
They go door to door for the feature race lead here on the last lap of the race. Side by side for the race lead in the final corner at Homestead. Down the back straightaway, 3 wide again for the race lead. This is unbelievable stuff here tonight.
Aloma is going to have to be very deep on the brakes, and he is very deep on the brakes. It's side by side through the corner. This is for the win.
It'll be side by side. Davies low, Ottinger high. To the very inside is Garrett Low. 4 wide at the stripe. For all his work here on this outside line, neck and neck. Who's going to back out? Does anyone back out?
Verstappen starts to squeeze on the inside, and now he'll try and straight line it. Goes under the apron, drag race to the line. It's so close to call.
Welcome back to coverage of Porsche Club of America Sim Racing, where we get set for even more action here from Sebring International Raceway. The Sportsman class is up. It's time to take you through the starting grid for our second race tonight of 4, which sees Jeff C take the pole with a qualifying time of 1 minute 57.341 seconds. Colin Thomas rolls off in P2. Joseph Stiffel points leader about is going to start P3. Igor Soiker is your points leader in the Sportsman class, and he starts in 4th. Trey Jawhorn rolls off for the 5th spot. 6th will be Cliff Kerr, Sean Benet, Aaron Nash, Brian Swift, and Michael Watzel round out the top 10.
We'll then see Trent Young in the 25 roll off 11th, Brent Granger in the 34 and 12th. In 13th, we'll see Drew Kinney, Chris Duffy in 14th, Ed Nelson in that number 9 and 15th, Patrick Gill, a familiar name, in the 16th position, Faisal Yamin in the 17th position in the 005, Gregory Sampson in that 91 rolling off 18th, Bruce Robinson in the 386 rolls off 19th, and James Sue in that number 37 rolls off 20th.
Cameron Leslie begins tonight from 21st. 22nd will be Todd Kratz. Paul Solt rolls off from 23rd. Christian Raba starts in 24th. He's had speed a lot of these races. Andrew Elsom, the Beach Stater, rolls off in 25th. 26th will be Scott Ferris. Scott Nell starts 27th. 28th will be Antonio da Silva. Michael Clark starts 29th. And James Legault will roll off from 30th.
We see Randall Ayers in the 83 and 30, rolling off 31st. Jody Podpora in the number 113 rolls off 32nd. 33rd is Donald Binkley. 34th, Jonathan Patterson. The Brandon Jadot in the 77 rolls off 35th. Scott Bellis in the 38 rolls off 36th. Rich Raybach in the 04 rolls off 37th. Rodney Campbell in that number 62 rolls off 38th. 39th is Stephen Bukowski. Marcus Frank in the 40th position as well.
Russell Van Zyl starts in 41st. 42nd is Owen Pruden. James Bernard starts in 43rd, and Henry Rogers rolls off from 44th. Alex Hellier will start from 45th. 46th will be John Kearney. Javier Trevino begins from 47th. And then your final cars on the grid will be Brent Rosen, Mike Knight, and James Gallo, Lance Wilson, Peter Yorkshire, Ronald Cahill. As we take you through track facts one more time here at Sebring, it is the International course, the main course that we run tonight. It's a 3.74 mile, 6.02 kilometer circuit that has 17 turns. Once again, it is the morning. A little bit earlier, though, this time. It's about 10 minutes to 9 a.m. on iRacing Day, May 15th. It is also about same temps across the board. 66 degrees Fahrenheit air temp, 70 degrees Fahrenheit track temp. Winds to the north at 2 miles an hour. Humidity at 53%. This race will go for 45 minutes, and we'll have 2 more races at 45 minutes like it as we bring you to South Central Florida, shall we be particular about it. If you drew a triangle between Tampa, Orlando, and Sebring, you'd have one that would point just about towards Miami. We're trying to figure out where on earth in the world we might be at this famed and esteemed racetrack.
Yeah, we see this bigger group here in this second race. We have 46 cars out here on the grid, James. It's very exciting to see such a large group here, and just excited to be able to call the action for you guys tonight. And we appreciate everyone for tuning in tonight and sticking with us. We have our quite the large program tonight to bring you all with 4 separate races for these 4 separate classes. And again, we'll go over a little bit about the classes. Again, this is the the Sportsman class, I should say. And then still to come after this race, we have the club and the pro races as well, James. So, again, just really excited about what we're going to see tonight and what these drivers can do. Again, some of them are used to being in this position at the front, but some of these guys, running with this group might be new to them as well. So some new experiences and just going to be some exciting racing, I think, take place tonight.
And for those who are unfamiliar with the PCA Sim Racing classifications, the rookies that we just saw, pretty straightforward. Never have had any experience with PCA Sim Racing. This race, for any of the Sportsman drivers, is for those with iRatings up to 1299. Our next class with the club class, those are for drivers with iRatings from 1300 to 1999. And then your iRating is above 2000. You join the PCA Pro class and race with the best of the best in PCA Sim Racing. Your iRating is a system tabulated by iRacing, the platform that we use this evening, in order to effectively determine how good of a driver you are overall. The better you are, the higher it goes up. And iRacing will divvy fields of races up based upon your skill set to make sure that each race is as competitive as it possibly can be, especially if you're running in one of their official servers. Or you can join a private league like PCA Sim Racing in order to join in on the fun. All about Jesse, and Colin Thomas, though. Those two up at the very front of this field, up towards the top end of the point standings as well, as we get set for 45 minutes of racing with the Sportsman. The PCA Sportsman class is under green and underway from Sebring International Raceway, and we'll see who tries to go crazy going into turn one on this first go-round. Drivers already going 3 wide into one. Once they start fanning out, we'll see who makes it in, who ends up in trouble, who ends up in good shape. They're all clear, though. Everybody fans out as they all slide and begin to funnel their way into turn one here and turn two.
Yeah, it was nice to see the field work together there in turn one. We did see 3 wide battle. It looked like all 3 drivers did a nice job of holding their line, and it was great to see that shot of those cars coming down that runway type straightaway before the last corner. It's great to be able to see all 46 cars out there together. It's just going to make for some beautiful screenshots afterwards. But these guys are doing a great job here at the front. Again, like you said, it's all about Jeff C so far at the front.
I think the most amazing thing to me is that last week we had nearly 50 drivers in the combined rookie and sportsman race, and now we have nearly 50 drivers just in the sportsman class alone. So if you want proof as to what PCA Sim Racing's been doing and been up to over the past few days and over the past week, here it is, because you've got a record for a single class field on the very first night of single class racing within the PCA. The C leads over Soiker and Benet. Trey Drawhorn runs in the 4th spot. We know that the Drawhorn camp most likely already in and already in line to watch this. I already see Heather Drawhorn already glued to the screen, so no doubt she'll be cheering on Trey and a lot of other people out of the Chicago region of the PCA as well. Trey comes from the Chicago region, which covers most of the Chicagoland area, so those in the Chicago region, pretty easy fan favorite, I think. If we had a most popular driver award throughout PCA, I would say Trey would be definitely in contention for it, if not the outright favorite, potentially, Ryan.
Yeah, we saw him have a great run at VIR, constantly involved in a battle there, and it's nice to have a fan base rooting for you. I want to thank everyone out there on YouTube tuning in, watching live tonight, and hopefully these guys in this sportsman division, like we've seen, like Jim has mentioned, another record grid. So just getting down to it here for a little over 40 minutes to go as we're watching the battle here between Trey Drawhorn, him and Drew Kinney and Sean Benet all in a line there, working their way back around through where we see the DRS zone. That obviously doesn't apply to the races that we're having here tonight, but you know, this is an area where you can really get on it and crank it up as they head down here towards the right-hander. We will have another large braking zone where we will see some passing throughout the race.
Got a bunch of people here beginning to sort their way through 7, 8, 9, get their way up towards the tower corner where Jeff C is beginning to lead this field. C himself is part of the high desert region, which is northeast Oregon. If you go from Bend and cover everything up in that corner, it's the high desert region of the PCA. Bit of an ironic name, you would think, with all the trees around there. Igor Soiker, another one of the Chesapeakers that we talked about before. Baltimore, Annapolis, Maryland's Eastern Shore, all part of that group. Sean Benet, part of the Lincoln Trail region of the PCA, which covers central Illinois, the state capital of Springfield, and the Urbana-Champaign region. So those who have an affiliation with the Fighting Illini of the University of Illinois probably have some sort of connection to Sean Benet as well. He's from your neck of the woods. And then Drew Kinney, another one of the Northeast region drivers out of the Boston area, before we get to Drawhorn, who, as we mentioned before, already representing the Chicago region of the PCA.
Yeah, a couple of Illinois boys there. I'm from Illinois myself, so that makes me want to root for them and hope that they do well, but try to remain neutral as a broadcaster as always. But it's nice to see some of the Midwest folks doing so well, and shout out, we do see Heather Drawhorn chatting in the YouTube chat. She's excited about what's going on here as we see Trey looking for as we see Drew throw a defensive maneuver into turn one. This is a battle for that 4th position, James, and at the front now, Jeff does have a little bit over a 2-second advantage, as this is the best battle right now on the track. Also a battle behind them between Cliff and Aaron. That's for the 6th position, as we see Cliff Kayer in that 008, that gray and red sharp-looking 919 there. And just a lot of different spread out battles going on back here. About for the 10th position, we see Brian Swift kind of in the middle of the Hornets nest, as well as Brian Granger, Ed Nelson, and Patrick Gill, all right there, James. And four Porsches under a blanket right here, all battling for that, looks like the 8th position right now.
Well, we'll bounce from home regions to another. You can claim Lincoln Trail or the Chicago region if you want. I will claim the Carolina region, which is where you'll find Cliff Care. The Carolina region covers everything within the Piedmont region of North and South Carolina. If you sort of cover that middle part, North Carolina and upstate South Carolina, you draw effectively a parallelogram right in that area. You get most of the Carolina region. So the Triad, Winston-Salem, Greensboro, High Point, Charlotte, and the surrounding areas, and then Greenville and Spartanburg, all part of the Carolina region of the PCA, which is also where Cliff Care is from. And Cliff, your winner last week in the combined Sportsman rookie race. So I guess he gets a piece of history as one of the last drivers to win a combined class race in PCA Sim Racing before this split to one race per class, as Jeff C continues to lead, and it's a good battle between Drew Kenny and Trey Jawhorn, and another good battle between Aaron Nash and Cliff Care. And even then, Chris Duffy and Brian Swift side by side. Here comes Swift to the inside of Duffy to swiftly dust Duffy back into the 9th spot.
I see what you did there. I like it.
Clever, no?
Very, 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 very. Yeah, we see a good battle here between these two, making it work side by side through that very difficult, bumpy, sweeping corner, coming back around to the start-finish line. Shout out to Patrick Gill running in the top 10 as well. As quite the battle going on right here as we see almost 3 wide into turn 1, James. We're back with the 11th position as we've got Patrick, Ed, and Cameron all battling, trying to do everything they can to get closer to that top 10. As we see some contact there. Looks like somebody unfortunately missed their braking point. Hate to see that, but that's just part of the racing. Looks like they were almost 3 wide into turn 1, and then they had that unavoidable contact, unfortunately.
No surprise here. So Heather come and chat with the ILLI. So if you ever wanted any questions as to what sort of affiliations people had with that school, if I didn't know any better, I'd almost expect the Oski Wawa to belt out in full in chat all of a sudden. But in either case, Trey Jawhorn in a really good spot. Big dive there for Aaron Nash just behind him, who tried to get alongside Jawhorn at Tower, and now is going to have to defend from Cliff Care, who all of a sudden is on the rear bumper of the 30 machine as they come up towards Bishop and begin to make their way down towards the max section of the course.
Yeah, on board with the number 30 of Aaron Nash. Looked like Aaron got a good run through that section of the track as he's kind of stretched it back out now, as Cliff's almost a full half a second back. So we see under braking, looks like Cliff's able to hit his marks really well in that set of corners. Looks like his car's looks a lot calmer compared to the car that we're on board with there for Aaron. So we see him head down this long straightaway headed towards that difficult bumpy sweeper, and coming around now, just a little bit over 37 minutes to go.
Still plenty of time to make things happen in this race. If you happen to be a little bit further back, plenty of time to charge through the field, though. You must give credit. Drew Kenny in that number 19 machine has come from 13th to 4th. We're going to talk about hard chargers towards the front end of this field. Nobody's gained more spots within the top 20 positions than Kenny, outside of Cameron Leslie, who started in 21st and currently runs in 11th.
Good to see those drivers being able to work their way up through the field. It's got to be an exciting race for them so far. Both of them, making up both at least 10 positions themselves. So definitely these drivers have a lot to be happy about so far in this race. I know Cameron back here in the 11th position is doing a good job, and Drew Kenny up in the 4th position. He's within 7.5 seconds of our leader now, as we see these guys back to battling as well. That's 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th all battling, James. Headed down towards you, and looks like the front 2 grouping here of the 4-pack had a better corner than the back 2.
Really tricky section this. Turn 10, the lead up the tower. So easy to get on the gas too early and loop your car around. I don't think it's as much of an issue with the 911 RSR GTLM machines as it is with the 911 GT3 Cup cars, which we've seen in competition here at Sebring before with PCA Sim Racing. Incidentally, that was the first ever car track combo for PCA Sim Racing. The opening race last year was the 911 GT3 right here at Sebring International Raceway. But in either case, you still have to watch your corner exits on throttle, and you do have to roll into it a little bit. If you try and step on it, you are going to end up in trouble. Can't just outright map the gas as much as you want to, especially coming out of a corner like Le Mans, where you get that long run onto the Ullman straight. You've got so much time to build up speed before you make it to Sunset Bend. You've got to be careful. Watch just how closely you get on the throttle and treat it with a bit of the eggshell effect, at least until you're at full song.
Yeah, you're right about that. We'll have to see what these guys do when they make their pit stops, as we're getting down now a little over 34 minutes to go, a little under 35 minutes to go, I should say. Quite the battle here heating up between Drew, Trey, Aaron, and Cliff, all doing a good job of keeping it on the pavement, and just exciting to see such a tight battle even this point in the race. Just 10 minutes in here, these guys are really on it, and all really close to each other, all within this group here, all within a full tenth of a second of each other with these 5 drivers here.
Big battles here as Trey Jawhorn now comes through. They worked their way around lap traffic a little bit further back. That's Andrew Eltham, who got caught up there as they continue to snake through 8, 9 and work their way towards turn 10 as we continue to watch this battle between Jawhorn, Aaron Nash, Cliff Kerr, Chris Duffy in the mix, Drew Kenny just ahead leading this train. Is almost a little bit of contact between Kenny and Jawhorn, but this group from 4th to about 7th is the best battle on track outright. No other group in this field is as close as this quartet.
And not surprised by that. These guys, looking at the timing screen, are been hitting their marks the last few laps, all 158. Actually, this last lap, Drew Kenny in the 4th position ran his fastest lap of the race. Same thing for the 30 of Aaron Nash. Both of those drivers are within within a tenth of a second of each other. Both ran their fastest laps. So we know as the race is going on, this fuel load is lightening up in these machines, and these drivers are the intensity is cranking up as well, and the heat under the helmet will make you push it. And we see these guys trying not to go 3 wide here, headed down to the final corner.
Trey Jawhorn continues to run Aaron Nash and Cliff Kerr right behind him, though Jawhorn missed his exit coming out of Le Mans down to the Ullman straight a little bit. So now it's all about defending from Nash and Kerr as they come down the front stretch and into this very wide arcing turn 1 that is incredibly bumpy. The entire section of this racetrack that is on the old airstrip and the old runway, which covers everything from the ballpark of turn 14, 15 up to Sunset Bend and even turn 1, they have not touched that in 60 years just about. And you can feel the bumps every time you go over it. It's very easy, especially on those long apex corners, to unsettle the rear end of the car and send yourself spinning around.
Yeah, you really gotta watch yourself there too. We're now back with our leader, the number 3 of Jeff C. Last lap, a 1:57.9, so that's within 0.2 of a second of his fastest lap. He's doing a good job so far at the front. We got Igor Soiker in the 2nd position, only 4 seconds back now, James. Last lap for Igor was within a half of a second of our leader, so we'll keep an eye on that gap. Sean Bonet, we saw him run so well at VIR. He's up into that 3rd position. Drew Kenny and Trey Jawhorn round out your top 5.
Kenny and Jawhorn there. Jawhorn has continued to hold Nash and Kerr at bay, and this trio now beginning to invite company in the form of Chris Duffy, who is closed into within about a second or so of Kerr. So it's nearly a 4-car group once again, as Kenny has managed to close in on Benet, and that number 19 machine continues to climb the pylon towards the front of the field.
A good run so far for Drew Kenny tonight. We talked about how much he's moved up 9 positions so far since the start. We go on board with Drew. Again, you get to see really how bumpy the track surface is here at Sebring, and especially in certain areas of the track like we talked about there. But just going to have to keep digging here as we're now down almost 15 minutes down, a little over 30 minutes to go. So these drivers that, we might see them start thinking about making their pit stops, as we get closer to that halfway point, James. But so far, Jeff's doing a good job out front, and this seems to be about the closest battle we've got on the track right now, at least within the top 5. Taking a look at the sheet, looks like those 3 of 4 cars of Drawhorn, Nash, Kayer, and Duffy all still within a second of each other.
The tiniest of battles, though not the only battle worth noting here. And yet again, we bring his name up just because it seems like he does this every week. Christian Rava starts middle of the pack, finds his way up through the field mid-race, begins to run fast lap times, and sorts himself out. If he could ever qualify, he'd be a threat for the class win easily, but he just never has had the starting position that he wanted.
Yeah, track position is very important in these sprint races, especially with the guys all running the same car with the same setup in this league. So it definitely comes down to a driver's race and minimizing mistakes and being consistent. We see a lockup in front of Rava there. Driver did a nice job of keeping it on the track, but consistency pays off, minimizing mistakes, and just not wasting a lot of time, because there's not a lot of time to recover from a mistake, especially with these little sprint races that we see in the PCA.
You have to be very particular about how you work your way around the racetrack in these sorts of cases. As Rava now up into the 12th spot after starting in 24th, and he now, maybe not surprisingly at this point, given what we've seen out of him the past few weeks, is the hard charger in this Sportsman race, at least at this point. Brian Granger slid back a little bit ago. He currently is racing with Patrick Gill for that 15-16 spot. That's the outright closest battle on track between two cars. Not necessarily the closest group, but the closest battle. Those two carrying on as they enter through Sunset Bend a little bit further back. Some good stuff. James Legault and Rich Raybach in good shape. As a little bit of contact as Granger hip check. Somebody couldn't tell who it was. Looked like it might have been Andrew Elsom. Indeed it was. Elsom just sort of sit off to the side and sit packing.
Yeah, it's it looked like it caught him off guard, honestly, to be in that situation. And he's doing a good job here in turn 1 of giving these lead lap cars a little bit of room. Looks like Elsom is now 2 laps down. I hate to see that. I'm not sure if they had some difficulty at the beginning of the race, or maybe a connection problem as well. You never really know. Maybe we can find out later if we get a chance to talk to him. Battle is heating up for that 3rd position between Kenny and Benet now, James. And we see last lap, both drivers within a couple tenths of a second of each other. Leader now of Jeff C out to a little over 3.5 second advantage at this point.
Kenny actually just got around Sean Benet and took over that 3rd spot. So it's Kenny at the P3, Benet back to 4th. Then you go back about a second and you find that group of Drawhorn and Kayer and Nash that we talked about. Kayer has managed to get around Nash if you need another update within this group. And Chris Duffy has worked himself right in here as Drawhorn almost missed his exit out of Le Mans and then gathered it back up. So he'll be safe, at least for a little bit, coming down the Ulman Straight. Meanwhile, a little bit further back, good battles here between Ed Nelson and James Sue, 13th and 14th. Haven't had the chance to talk about these drivers too much. Also of note, Randall Ayers and Russell Van Zyl. We want to talk about the R's. They're both together, 20th and 21st in a good battle of their own.
A lot of different battles going on in this big field that we have. We do still have 47 cars out here, James, and these guys are doing a great job of keeping it on the pavement. I know I talk about that a lot, as we see a little bit of a lockup there from Russell in the 42. Does a nice job of recovering from that mistake, or minimizing that mistake a little bit, I should say. Checking out the 83 of Randall Ayers. Randall's doing a good job here, running in the 20th position. He's up 11 positions himself since the start of the race too, so consistency is paying off for him, and again he puts himself in that situation of not having the track position, but he's doing a good job so far of marching his way up through the field. Looking up at the front, Jeff C now has over a 4-second advantage. He's kind of checked out a little bit over Igor. Drew Kinney in 3rd now, like you talked about. He was able to get around the 911 of Sean Benet. So we'll take a look down the chart as we see. It looks like Ed Nelson in the number 9 machine running in 13th, trying to chase down James Sue in that 37. So we'll stick with these two, watch this battle for a little bit as we see. Looks like, not sure who that car is. It must be a lap down that's right behind him, but 3 cars here, all working their way around, and just keeping things exciting as we're now getting down to just a little over 25 minutes to go.
James Sue, part of that Upper Canada region that has been so ubiquitous through PCA Sim Racing in its existence. The Upper Canada region covering the Greater Toronto area and most of the province of Ontario. So if you like Canadian Tire Motorsport Park and that sort of group, Upper Canada region is most definitely right in your wheelhouse. Ed Nelson, on the other hand, a little bit further back in this group, he is part of the Pacific Northwest region of the PCA, which covers so much of Washington State. If you needed any sort of geography lessons, we give them to you plenty every night. We go PCA Sim Racing, but the Pacific Northwest region covers the metro areas of Seattle, Tacoma, and Olympia. So just off to the side there, the Olympic Peninsula, as you sort of roll up towards Elliott Bay, you get most of Western Washington and everything that you need to see and find on that point. As James Gallo becomes the second driver after Faisal Yamin to come down pit road for service.
Oh, we see contact there is Ed Nelson, unfortunately losing it in the last corner. Guys are doing everything they can to avoid him. Hate to see that after we talked about how the good run he was having so far, so that's going to allow, looks like, Sue to kind of pull away from that situation. Christian Raba now up to the 11th position, James, and is doing a nice job. All these guys in the top 10, pretty consistent with the lap times, all within the 158-second bracket, and guys are just doing a good job so far with that. And it looks like, looking on the sheet, Chris Duffy and Aaron Nash are having their battle as we see this. It's getting a little bit darker out here, James. Those headlights are taking more effect as we go on throughout this race. Just now under 24 minutes to go.
2 words for you: cloud cover. That's exactly why you see the track darkening a little bit. iRacing has the ability to mimic cloud cover and its effect upon a racetrack. So everybody continuing to slide their way around the racetrack and sort themselves out at Sebring, as Kenny is now ahead of Sean Bonet by a decent amount of space here. It's tightened up just a little bit, but Kenny continuing to push after Igor Soiker. That's the man who's got the target on his back now if you're the 19. As Kenny continues his charge, he's up 10 spots from where he started, and then you got that great group of Bonet and Drawhorn and Nash, and Chris Duffy has now worked himself into the mix. That's 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, all pretty much under a blanket in this group as a few more drivers coming down pit road.
Yeah, we see the some of the guys choosing now to make their pit stops, following along with the 924 of Chris Duffy, like we talked about. This group of line of cars that we see running all the way from 3rd on back through 6th, because these drivers are doing a good job. And see, it looks like we've got one of the lap down cars stuck in the mix here between Drew and Sean. Looks like he's blinking a little bit. Hopefully these guys can give a little bit of room. Looks like they're doing a good job here now. Things have settled down. So Trey Drawhorn in that 5th position, up now, battling with Bonet now for that 4th position as they're coming down here. Traffic is going to play a factor, James, as we go further and further into this race. See another car. Oh, as you see contact, unfortunately, there for some of the drivers. Looks like they're able to sort things out and get rolling again. Just nothing more than a little fender bender, but you never know what, as we talk about traffic, we see what the effect of being stuck in that traffic can do with your race, and just when you're out there just trying to mind your business and make it through lap time and through the race. You never know what's going to be around the corner.
It split up that group at the front of Bonet and Drawhorn and Nash and company. They were within a second. They're all spread out by about 3 seconds now. So a little bit of room here to breathe. And as they get some breathing room, we'll turn our attention towards our second VRS Midway Race Break of the evening, which as always is brought to you by Virtual Racing School. Virtual Racing School is the official setup provider for PCA Sim Racing and is home to a variety of tools to help you become faster. Learn from the best sim racers in the world, including 4-time eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series champion Ray Alfala, 3-time iRacing World Champion Martin Krunke, inaugural iRacing Rallycross champion Mitchell DeYoung, and other top sim racers. Jeff C. has led the entirety of this race. He's 6.5 seconds clear of Igor Soiker for the top spot. Soiker currently ahead of Kenny, who I think is coming down pit road for service and was running in the 3rd spot, but has given that up to Sean Bonet. Nash runs in 4th. Kenny currently 5th. Trey Drawhorn 6th. Brian Swift runs in 7th. 8th is Chris Duffy. 9th, Cliff Kerr. 10th belongs to Cameron Leslie.
See Christian Rava still running in that 11th position. James Sue in the 37 and 12th. Patrick Gill in 13th. Paul Solik in that number 8 machine running in 14th. Scott Nell in the 67 coming towards you on the camera now is running in 15th. We see Scott Ferris behind him in the 48. Randall Ayers in that 83. Rodney Campbell in 18th in that number 62 machine. Brian Granger in 19th. And Jody Podpora round out your top 20.
Mike Knighton runs in the 21st position. Rich Raybach holds 22nd. 23rd belongs to Scott Bellis. James Legault runs in 24th. Stephen Bukowski runs in the 25th spot. Faiza Yamin holds the 26th position. 27th belongs to Michael Clark. He's the first car one lap down. Antonio De Silva runs in 28th. 29th belongs to Javier Trevino. And Bruce Robinson holds 30th.
Owen Pruden in that number 96 runs in the 31st position, one lap behind. Michael Wassel in that 353. We saw him have a good run at VRRs, having some difficulties tonight. He's now one lap down back in the 32nd position. We see Jonathan Patterson in the 63 running in 33rd. Gregory Sampson in the 91 is now on pit road in 34th. 2 laps down, we see here the number 68 of Alex Hellier. Marcus Frank in the number 6. Looks like he is 2 laps down also in 36th. 37th is Brandon Jadot. He's also 2 laps down. And then back running also the 42 of Russell Van Ziel running in the 38th position. Looks like Ed Nelson is off the track. Same with Andrew Elsom. And then John Kenny now has bounced up to the 39th position. We also looks like we have some drivers on pit road, but most of these guys from this point back, John Kearney, Ed Nelson, Andrew Elsom, Donald Blinkley, Henry Rogers, James Gallo, Joseph, things are jumping around towards the back, sorry, Joseph Stifel round out your field in the 47th position, James. So still have, looks like 43 cars out there on track as we're now down under 20 minutes to go.
Todd Krotz runs in 46. He's the last man that didn't get a mention there, and that will conclude our PRS Midway Race Break for the Sportsman race at PCA Sim Racing Round 6 at Sebring International Raceway. And for more information on Virtual Racing School, you can visit virtualracingschool.com. Brian Swift has taken over the lead momentarily. Jeff C. has come down pit road and made a quick stop of the 14.7 seconds. Only bested within the top 10 by Aaron Nash and Cameron Leslie, but everybody coming in for a short amount of time. I think that's the key here. These drivers all in very, very good shape.
Yeah, Brian's doing a nice job at the front, or not, I shouldn't say at the front. He's there momentarily, like you said, but he is doing a nice job. Still in the 158 bracket with his lap time, so doing a nice job, still hitting his marks and everything too. Looks like Jeff C. with his outlap is now back about 18 seconds behind Brian, as Brian is yet to come to pit road. As it looks like most of the rest of the drivers in the top 16 actually have been to pit road now, James. So we'll be waiting for Brian Swift to make his pit stop, and then that will complete the cycle at the front.
Jeff C. in position to resume the race lead once Swift does come down pit road for service, and then Soiker and Benet would be second and third in that setup. And as we look through this group, the best battle within the top 20? Battle of the Scots. Scott Ferris and Scott Nell, 14th and 15th. Nose to tail coming through Big Bend, working their way towards that really, really tricky hairpin in turn 7. Scott Nell, another one of the Pacific Northwest drivers. You can see the sort of seaworthy colors on that machine. Scott Ferris from the Oregon region of Portland. So it's a Pacific Northwestern battle through and through here for 14th to 15th.
It's the tale of the Scots and the show of the Scots, as it looks like Scott Nell's able to get around Scott Ferris. That puts Scott Nell up to the 14th position. In front of them, we see the 111, the yellow machine, Patrick Gill. Patrick's doing a nice job up there in the 13th position. Looking up and down the scoring sheet, looks like we do have a battle heating up here for the 3rd position now, as it looks like Brian Swift has finally come to pit road. So Jeff C's cycled back to the front now, James. He's taken back over the lead, started on the pole, and back to the lead now after the pit stop cycle.
Jeff C now in front by almost 9 seconds, but good battle warming up for P3. Benet is now under fire from Aaron Nash in that 30 machine. Nash, we've spoken of a decent amount in this race. Haven't highlighted him, though, all that much, so we'll take a moment to go ahead and do that now. Aaron Nash comes out of the Florida Citrus region of the PCA, which is about as home as you could get, quite frankly. One of those cases where you turn your corner and all of a sudden you see mouse ears all over the place because the Florida Citrus region covers the Orlando metro area.
Taking a look at the sheet, I think at the front, the closest battle, like you said, we've got going on right now is between Sean and Aaron here, the battle for that third position. Taking a look down the chart, further down, looks like we've got a battle going on down here for the 22nd position, actually, believe it or not, between Brian Granger and Bruce Robinson. These drivers are within a tenth or two of each other. Looking through the field, the rest of the field, everybody's pretty spread out with the exception of that battle that we've been covering at the front for the third position between Sean and Aaron. We also pick back up with Brian Swift and see he's within about a second here of Cliff Kayer for that 7th position as those two cars in front of him are battling. We'll go on board with Brian for a little bit and give you a perspective of this long straightaway here.
And you see just how much speed you pick up here. You're in the ballpark of almost 150, 160 miles an hour. And then you have to roll onto the brakes in a Sunset Bend. It is not a hard stop corner by any stretch of the imagination. Because it's so bumpy, you try and jam on the brakes, you will almost certainly loop the rear end around just with the way the brake bias is set up by default on these cars. And there's more in the front than there is the back. And you do have to watch yourself and be careful about how you work your way through this area. Then you come around another long sweeping bend, turn 1. A lot of the corners around the airstrip and along the old runway are pretty similar. And then this very tight section once you get to turn 3, 4, 5, which feels very sort of slalomly. I keep thinking almost like a giant slalom section before you get to Big Bend, turn 7. Long sweeping right-hander all the way down to the turn 7 hairpin, which is one of, if not the tightest corners in the entirety of the racetrack. Very, very tricky to get your hands on, and everybody comes through there. And then the quick little kink up through the Fangio section and the run up to turn 10, which is maybe the second slalomy part of this course, shall we say. But again, another tricky braking corner, but you've got to be tight, got to be technical, got to be on it. You sweep out through Collier, and then it's this weird off apex run up towards 12 and 13 Tower, which is so easy to catch yourself out on if you get on the gas early. Then the big run down through Bishop. You carry tons of speed here up to 130, 135. You go about 140 once you clear Bishop, and then it's the long run until you get to 15. You're back on the brakes before you sweep down through the little kink here. Then the even tighter turn to Le Mans. You'll see a lot of drivers run wide because you get the chance to set yourself up for the Ullman Straight. Big, long blast down the airstrip. It's the longest straightaway on the track by far. You run all the way down. It's almost half a mile in length, and you go all the way up to about 160 miles an hour before you're back on the brakes, back down, trying to make it easy through the corner, back down to sliding things through Sunset Bend, and then you're back on the gas and back up onto the front straight at Sebring International Raceway. And there's a lap around Sebring for those of you who are unacquainted with this famous race course, home to the 12 Hours of Sebring, part of the Michelin Endurance Challenge for the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, with just a tremendous facility all around.
Yeah, it's a very historical racetrack, but it has a lot of character, like we've talked about throughout the course of the evening. And it's been nice to watch the IMSA races in the 12 Hours of Sebring over the years here, and then get to actually get out on the track ourselves, as race fans, are grown-up race fans, and then iRacing makes it possible with the laser scanning and everything for us to get that experience of what it's like to race at some of these places. James, we could talk about what that's like too, because I know we talk about there's a Le Mans corner here, and then also the Le Mans track is part of the iRacing service as well. So just a lot of heritage in these tracks and in these machines that we see out here racing tonight as well.
More importantly, faithful recreations. I think that might be the biggest thing here. Everything is laser scanned down to the millimeter in iRacing. And even then, when you don't necessarily have anything to work with, you can get a little bit more creative and piece things together. And I think this particular tweet that iRacing's art director Greg Hill sent out earlier in the week, if you take a look in the chat here on YouTube, you can take a peek and potentially see. But so many crazy things, so much good stuff, and so much incredibleness, I think, across the board. But just a really impressive thing if you take the opportunity to copy and paste that. But if you can believe it, and this is the kind of recreation that you can do, the iRacing team took old photos of what buildings looked like at North Wilkesboro. And even though the current buildings at North Wilkesboro Speedway up in the northwestern part of North Carolina are very well run down, not in great condition, beginning to fall apart, the art team has been able to faithfully recreate them and rebuild the buildings as if the damage had never, ever happened. And that's all part of the much talked about North Wilkesboro Speedway build, which is a very, very hot topic on the oval side of things in iRacing. That track set to debut a little bit later this year in iRacing for the first time ever. And again, a faithful recreation. Even though the track's been closed for 20 years, a certain Dale Earnhardt Jr. was able to get in and pull a few strings and get the keys to the speedway, and iRacing came in and laser scanned the facility top to bottom, and it's going to bring North Wilkesboro back to life in iRacing sometime a little bit later in the year. But it's not just oval racing that you see here. So many sports car tracks, so many famous road courses in the United States, in North America, and all around the world, and so many of them that PCA Sim Racing has run over the course of its year plus in existence. Laguna Seca is in there. Road Atlanta is in there. Sebring's in there. Daytona is in there. Circuit of the Americas, Road America, VIR, Lime Rock Park, the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, amongst others. If you just wanted a few road courses, even the Grand Prix at Belle Isle, which I have a feeling would be very tricky for a lot of these drivers. It's a bear of a race course, but still, all available to you, all options to you if you want them. And that's before you get to what you find around the world. Interlagos, Monza, Spa, Zolder, Zandvoort, Silverstone, Alton Park, Snetterton, Brands Hatch, Suzuka.
The list goes on and on, yes.
Oran Park down in Australia. Bathurst. You want to just so many incredible racetracks. So many different places you can go run the Nürburgring, even. Also part of the adventure.
Wanted to let Charles Kinney in the chat know that it looks like Drew had a 22-second pit stop compared to our leaders that were in the 13 and 14-second brackets. So I don't know if Drew took more fuel than the other drivers, but that's what's cost Drew that track position. He's back to the 9th position, James. And Charles, just to let you know, that's what happened there. So 22-second pit stop for Drew compared to 15 and 14 seconds for the other drivers he was battling with before the pit stops.
Drew Kinney, currently P9 at the moment, trying to run down Brian Swift. He's about 3 seconds back of the 718. Meanwhile, Igor Soiker having to fight off Aaron Nash, who has made a very solid charge himself up into what could be the second spot, but still nothing, absolutely nothing for Jeff C. Nothing you can do about catching this number 3 car at some point. He's out in front by 10 seconds of the rest of the field as we work our way towards the final 7 minutes and change of tonight's race. C continues his march along the airstrip here at Sebring, and as you look through the field, a few of the good battles, Chris Stuffy and Brian Swift, pretty well knotted together. Same can be said about Soiker and Nash, as now here comes Nash to the inside. He's got the spot now. No way Soiker could defend. And Nash now up into P2 and climbing here. Oh, he goes wide in Sunset Bend. That might leave the opportunity available for Igor Soiker to come back on the inside. I thought they might be side by side for a moment coming down the front stretch, but going to be all about how Soiker attacks this first corner. Does he dive in deep or give up the spot? Let Aaron Nash go. Make sure there isn't any sort of wreck. Soiker takes the latter of the two options, and it is Aaron Nash who is now up into P2.
Yeah, getting down to it. I just happened to look at the clock and realize we're down to 6 minutes to go here, so these guys are doing a good job of giving each other room, but at the same time, you know the intensity is going to be ramping up as that time trickles down. Now we are down to 6 minutes to go. C has a 10-second lead over Aaron Nash. Igor Soiker, Sean Benet, and Trey Drawhorn round out your top 5. And taking a bit of a step back to look and see what's going on with Drew Kinney, just to let people know in chat. last lap, a 2-minute flat for him. That's on pace with pretty much everybody else right now. But that pit stop did cost him, as he is 28 seconds behind the leader. So see if he'll be able to recover and maybe get some of those positions back, as we see Brian Swift getting up on the back of Chris Duffy. They're battling here for that 7th position.
Brian Swift, Chris Duffy, the other really good battle on track. Meanwhile, Cameron Leslie in a little bit of trouble, a little bit further back in the field. He's stuck and balling up by turn 7. But Duffy and Swift, your next best battle on the racetrack, as Nash has left Sawyer in the dust. Already almost a second between the 30 car and the 10 car for P2 and P3. And let's not forget Sean Benet's also there too. He's been running in the top 5 consistently throughout everything, as Christian Rava gets back on the racetrack and gets going once again. Looks like he might have overcooked it in turn 10.
Yeah, so far so good here at the front. We see these two guys getting closer and closer to each other. As Sean Benet now is back within. As we see a lockup, it looks like Benet has trouble and goes wide. We saw Sawyer with the trouble as well. As things are mixed up here, James. These two at the front just traded 3rd position now, and we'll have to see what happens here. It looks like that's another lap car in between them as well. So move Benet up to 3rd. Sawyer back to 4th, and that all brings up Drawhorn back into this mix, guys. We see him in that light blue machine there.
And Trey Drawhorn coming along, and Trey Drawhorn pushing on. Chicago region driver beginning to press on Sawyer, who I think is beginning to lose a little bit of grip in those tires and is beginning to fade away right at the very end of this race. Keeping an eye on where Jeff C is. Looks like he probably is going to be in the ballpark of about 2 laps to go here as he begins to enter the run into Bishop. So I'll watch the clock very closely here, but I don't think any more than 2 laps, maybe even 1 lap. It just depends on how much time it takes for him to get through the rest of this course. But watch and see where C ends up in this. If he's within 2 minutes to go by the time he crosses the line, then we'll probably have it just the 1, but it looks like it's going to be 2 for Jeff C to finish off this masterful flag-to-flag performance and pick up the victory in the Sportsman class tonight, barring the unexpected, of course.
Yeah, it's definitely been the class of the field, consistent with the lap time like we've talked about tonight. So working his way further and further from the pack, now out to almost a full 10-second advantage. Last lap, Aaron Nash in 2nd position was about 0.7 of a second faster, so we know Aaron is at full send at this point. As we go back and look at that battle now, we still have 3, 4, 5 all pretty close together, James, as they're headed down that long straightaway now.
As Jeff C comes across the line and hits it with about 2 minutes, 40 seconds left to go. So 2 laps indeed left for Jeff C to pick up victory tonight at Sebring. Trey Drawhorn, Igor Sawyer pretty close now. Even closer than they were before a few corners ago. We'll keep our eyes here on the 395 and the 10 machine, because this looks like it's going to be the battle to watch in these final few laps.
Yeah, we'll go on board with Drawhorn, and you can see from his perspective what it's like, ladies and gentlemen, trying to chase down Sawyer for that 4th position. Trey's made a good run since his pit stop with his lap times. Last lap was about 0.5 seconds faster than Sawyer, so we'll stay with this battle as we keep an eye on things. It looks like C's really stretching it out, still maintaining about that 10-second lead now over Aaron Nash, Sean Benet, Sawyer here, and now Drawhorn, who we're on board with, rounds out your top 5.
Drawhorn rounding out the top 5, and he's still in hot pursuit of Igor Sawyer as we wind down this race. Other good battles in the field. Scott Ferris and Scott Nell together again. A little bit of contact over the lap machine. That was Antonio da Silva that Igor Sawyer ran into. And all of a sudden, here comes Trey Drawhorn to the outside as they nearly make contact. And Sawyer gets on the brakes deep and drives it all the way into Bishop. They'll be side by side out of Bishop for the spot. Here comes Cliff Kerr, who all of a sudden is in the mix here and may well leapfrog both of them.
Like we talked about with traffic, you never know what's going to happen. We'll never know what lays around the next corner. So Drawhorn up to 4th now. Insert Kerr into the mix as he's up to 5th. And we hate to see that for Sawyer, but he's having, like you said, given up the ghost a little bit, may have worn those tires a little bit. Looks like he has some rear damage on that wing as well, so that's going to be affecting his machine. Yeah, we see the left side of his rear wing going to be creating aerodynamic issues for him. So downforce very important with these cars, especially with the high-speed sections of this track. So as we see Kayer trying to work around the outside of Benet here, quite the battle here coming down the straightaway, James, and going to be taking the white flag here as they go across the start-finish line.
Beautiful work for Cliff Kayer to get the job done, and he is able to clear Trey Drawhorn to go up into fourth. So all of a sudden, how wild was that? We thought it might be Trey Drawhorn who ends up with P4. Instead, it's Cliff Kayer who's leapfrogged them both, and Drawhorn slides back to fifth where he was. Soiker now back to sixth as Jeff C. works his way through turn 7 for the last time.
I would take you back to the front to our leader, Jeff C. He's part of the high desert region. James, he's been the class of the field so far tonight. Been pretty much within that 158 bracket pretty much every lap, with the exception of his fast lap. We noticed it was a 157.5. So he's still within a second and a tenth of a second, I should say, of his best lap. So no doubt about his talent level and his performance tonight. Continues again to be impressive in the class of the field. Looking through the rest of the top 5, that battle between Kayer, Drawhorn, and Soiker looks like it's kind of spread out a little bit too, as Drawhorn is falling back from Kayer in fourth, Benet in third. So we see Jeff C. here, our leader, working through this part of the track for the last time. James will be getting the checkered flag this time as he heads on to the long straight.
Almost straight bound is Jeff C. one last time down the longest straightaway here at Sebring, and then one corner left to go for him to claim victory in the Sportsman race. Round 6 of PCA Sim Racing from Sebring International Raceway. Nice entry into the Sunset Bend. No problem getting around the apex. Comes back onto the gas out of the final corner. And it is all Jeff C. that you can see at the very front of this field. He wins the Sportsman race for PCA Sim Racing Round 6 of Series 4. Aaron Nash is going to be next across the line, and then Sean Benet will lead at Cliff Kayer and Trey Drawhorn and Igor Soiker to complete the top 6. Brian Swift and Chris Duffy also coming. Big move there from Duffy to try and make it, and to lock it down on the brakes. He definitely went for it, but I couldn't quite get to Brian Swift in time, so he'll slide back. Chris Duffy will hang on for the 8th spot. Drew Kenny looks like he's going to try and grab the 9th spot over Christian Rava, and then Cameron Leslie waiting for the final few people to come down and finish on tonight's race as Scott Nell, Mike Knight and company continue to work their way through the field. Randall Ayers has wrapped up his race, so just waiting on some of the lead lap cars to finish things off.
An impressive run from this group tonight. We saw them start with at where we have 47 cars at the start of this race, and didn't see a whole lot of issues with the field tonight as far as keeping it clean and keeping it on the track. So impressive run for that number 3 of Jeff C. Just been the class of the field, won by almost 12 seconds, James, and just looked to have almost no mistakes tonight. I mean, that's, what more could you ask for his from his camp, and an excellent performance for him tonight.
Just really, really good stuff across the board from all those drivers in the top 10 of this race, and really impressive work from Jeff C. in particular to come away with the victory and come away with first place honors here in this Sportsman features. We take a look at the full field rundown, tell you where your favorite driver finished. Jeff C. won this race over Aaron Nash and Sean Benet, who rounds out the podium. Cliff Kayer comes home with the 4th spot. 5th will be Trey Drawhorn. Igor Soiker finished in the 6th position. Brian Swift finished in the 7th. 8th was Chris Duffy. 9th, Drew Kenny. And rounding out the top 10 was Christian Rava.
Coming home in 11th, we see the 00 of Cameron Leslie. Patrick Gill in the 111 comes home 12th. Paul Solk, 13th. Scott Ferris in that 48 comes home 14th. Rodney Campbell with a nice run tonight, coming home in the 15th position. Scott Nell, Mike Neiden, Randall Ayers, Stephen Bukowski back in 19th, and Michael Wassel rounds out your top 20.
21st was Bruce Robinson. Brian Granger finished in 22nd. 23rd was Jody Ponpera. Scott Bellis finished in 24th. 25th was James Legault. Michael Clark finished in 26th. 27th was James Sue. Alex Hellier finished in 28th. 29th was Jonathan Patterson. Rich Raybach finished in the 30th position.
Coming home 31st tonight, 2 laps back, we see the 24 of Antonio Da Silva. Russell Van Zyl in that 42 machine comes home 32nd. Brandon Jadot in that 77 comes home 33rd. Odin Pruden in the 96 machine, 34th. 35th is James Bernard. Marcus Frank comes home with that number 6 machine in 36th tonight. John Kearney in the 481 comes home 37th, 4 laps back. We see Javier Trevino coming home in 38th position, 6 laps behind. Henry Rogers in that 16 machine comes home 39th, 7 laps back. And Joseph Steipel rounds out your top 40 in that 003, finishing 8 laps behind tonight.
Gregory Sampson finished in 41st. 42nd was Donald Binkley, or 42nd was Faisal Yamin. Donald Binkley was 43rd. 44th, Todd Krotz. Ed Nelson, 45th. Andrew Elsom, 46th. 47th, James Gallo. Trent Young and Colin Chalmers, 48th and 49th. Your final finishers on the grid. Ryan Bauer, pretty impressive race, top to bottom.
Yeah, good to see, the separation and also a lot of the close battles that we had in this session tonight. So excited about racking them back up and getting ready for the next session. And I think that the next race that we're going to see, James, another 45-minute race that will be very exciting. And I can't wait to see how many cars we have in that field as we'll transition into that next session.
We'll take a moment to take another quick commercial break, but don't go anywhere. We'll have words from Jeff C., your Sportsman class winner, then the club class race, and later on, a very special guest joins PCA Sim Racing tonight from Sebring. You're watching Podium Esports coverage of the Porsche Club of America Sim Racing Series on the iRacing Esports Network.
Virtual Racing School was developed to provide support to the next generation of sim racers. No matter if you're a rookie or veteran or what car or track you'll be racing, our goal is to provide training every step of the way. We found that iRacing can be quite difficult without proper training. There needed to be a way to prepare for on-track racing. With VRS, you can literally learn from the best sim racers in the world, including 4-time NASCAR iRacing World Champion Ray Alfala.
And Ray Alfala is a 4-time champion of the NASCAR PCASRS iRacing Series.
3-time iRacing Grand Prix World Champion Martin Kroenke.
Martin Kroenke becomes a 3-time world champion.
Rallycross World Champion Mitchell de Jong.
Mitchell de Jong is now champion for the iRacing Rallycross World Championship Series.
And many other top sim racers. Data packs include everything you need to start learning. Our World Championship coaches create the data packs by setting a hot lap or a series of fast laps for you to compare, analyze, and replicate. Data packs also include a tutorial where the coach points out techniques they use to hit the fast lap. This gives you access to the latest driving techniques and setups before you even hit the track. Sign up for a free account and download the VRS telemetry logger. With this application running seamlessly in the background, your laps automatically start syncing to the VRS website. From there, you can analyze and compare 2 laps of your choice, whether it's your data, the coaches, or your teammates. VRS will automatically target improvement opportunities so you can get up to speed even faster. VRS also makes it easy for you to request and schedule one-on-one or group coaching sessions. These sessions can range from 30 to 90 minutes, and you can select the car, track, and setup combination of your choice. Visit virtualracingschool.com today to sign up and get started.
Coming up to the line, being chased, and it was Braden Johnson. Unbelievable finish. It was 1/1000th of a second between them.
Green flag in the air. We are racing in the 2020 24 Hours of Daytona.
They go door to door for the feature race lead here on the last lap of the race. Side by side for the race lead in the final corner at Homestead. Down the back straightaway, 3 wide again for the race lead. This is unbelievable stuff here tonight.
Loma is going to have to be very deep on the brakes, and he is very deep on the brakes. It's side by side through the corner. This is for the win.
It'll be side by side. Davies low, Ottinger high. To the very inside is Garrett Lowe. 4 wide at the stripe. who's with here on this outside line. Neck and neck. Who's going to back out? Does anyone back out?
Verstappen starts to squeeze on the inside, and now he'll try and straight line it. Goes under the apron. Drag race to the line. It's so close to call.
Welcome back to coverage of the Porsche Club of America Sim Racing Series. As we now will take the opportunity to talk to our Sportsman class winner before we get into the club class event. Jeff C. joins us now up at the booth. And Jeff, you just clicked with this place from the very beginning, qualifying practice. You had speed throughout the entire session. So what is it about Sebring that you just love so much, and what makes it so easy to take to?
I really love the high speed. Well, first of all, thanks. And yeah, I felt really comfortable in the high speed braking zones. It's quite bumpy, as everyone knows, so it definitely takes a lot of patience and when you're getting back on the throttle. But overall, I love this track. This is the track that I was really looking forward to, and obviously a great result.
A great run, a great win, and you get to bring one back for the high desert region, which might be one of the most ironic region names in all of the PCA. Not really much desert near you, I would think, but to bring one back to the great state of Oregon has to be pretty special, and to your region as well.
Absolutely. I think, it's not a very popular area. We have a smaller Porsche ownership, compared to some other areas. So it's really great to kind of represent out there for the smaller location. Yeah, it certainly was a redemption drive from Road Atlanta, where I made a few errors. Today, I just wanted to focus and maintain consistency, 0 incidents, and just kept a nice average pace. So overall, I really enjoyed it.
And who do you need to thank for making tonight's run possible?
Big shout out to my teammates, Cliff down a little bit in the points, also LTFB and Matrix Integrated for getting me out on track, let me sport the liveries.
Jeff, congratulations on your victory this evening. Thanks as always for taking the time to talk to us, and we look forward to seeing you on the other side of the pond next week.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Jesse, your Sportsman class winner. We now turn our attention to the club class, where Joshua Vieira has set the pole time with a time of 1:56.764, fastest pole time yet tonight in this third race for this evening. Saibal Ben-Yopadai joins him on the outside of the front row. Dewey Kang and Matthew Siddle start third and fourth. Grant Talkie with the season's best qualifying effort to roll off from the fifth spot. Sixth will be Kenny Brown. Charlie Al, your points leader in the club class, starts from seventh. Eighth with the 24 of Antonio McCartney. Brett Holmes and Jacob Shum start ninth and 10th.
Michael Levesque in the 93 starts in 11th tonight. Len Wilson in that number 11 rolls off 12th. 13th will be Jason Stein. James Craig rolls off 14th tonight. Liam Ruzitis, we saw him in the chat earlier throughout watching the event. In the 05 rolls out 15th. Jonathan Waltman in that number 7 machine rolls out 16th tonight. In 17th, we see the 204 of Matt Mitchell. Greg Fullwood in the 45 rolls off 18th. Stephen Pruden in that number 15 machine rolls off 19th. And David Stewart from the Upper Canada region rounds out your starting top 20 tonight.
John Montgomery begins from 21st. 22nd will be Mark Harris. Robert Cottle starts 23rd, and 24th will be Jeffrey Smith. Mario Gonzalez starts from the 25th position. 26th will be R.E. Moore Jr. Jonathan Shum starts in 27th. 28th will be Jeremy Mazzariello. Peter Yerxa starts in 29th. 30th will be Jake Steinbring. Your final four on the grid are Frank Centauri, Alexander Soduke, Brian Mousing, and Scott McSherry. Let's return to the track facts one more time here at Sebring. This is Sebring International Raceway. We are on the full layout, the international course as it's known. It is a 3.74 mile, 6.02 kilometer circuit with 17 turns. We run it in the morning, pretty much the same exact time as the Sportsman's at the green flag. 10 minutes to 9 a.m. local time in Sim on May 15, 2020. Temps are pretty much identical too. 66 degrees Fahrenheit in the air, 70 degrees Fahrenheit on track. Winds to the north, 2 miles an hour. Humidity of 53%. This too is a 45-minute race, as will be our pro race to round out the night in about an hour or so. But all eyes here on Joshua Vieira and Sebring Benyopadhyay, who will lead us to the green flag for our third race of the evening, the club race of PCA Sim Racing at Sebring International Raceway.
It's really excited about this race, James, to see what these drivers can do. A little bit of a smaller field here with 31 cars out there on the track at this point, and I think it's going to be great to see what these guys at the front can do. Going to be all eyes on the front as we're getting ready to get started and get underway here, finishing up the formation lap, James, and we see Joshua Vieira there in that 75 track monkey machine, the good-looking machine. Looks like, is that Dewey Kang? Also, yeah, that's another familiar name in that 32 machine. Dewey starting in the third position tonight. And just going to be excited to see what these drivers can do here at the front as we're going to be getting underway.
Should be a very entertaining evening all the way around as Vieira and Benyopadhyay will lead us to green. Good opportunities for victories across the board if you can stomach them. If you can handle the bumps here at Sebring, that will be a very, very quick way to find yourself in victory lane. But easier said than done, as the Potomac and the Metropolitan New York regions lead us to the green flag here at Sebring International Raceway. The club race for PCA Sim Racing's round 6 of Series 4 is underway, and a big move there already in the middle. I think that might be Grant Talkie, who's jumped ahead of everybody, going straight through the center and managed to jump out in front and into, I believe, P3 behind Sebring and Josh Vieira.
Vieira with that early jump off from the pole position, doing a nice job. You see Shabadl and running in second. Dewey, let me sorting correctly. Grant Talkie up into that third position in the number 941. Grant with a great start, moving up 2 positions. We see Matthew Siddell has also maintained his starting position, and we talked about Dewey King earlier. He's fallen back to 5th after starting 3rd, James.
Really good work there from Vieira. Really good work from Sebring Benyopadhyay, Grant Talkie, Matthew Siddell. Pretty clean start for everybody in this club class to get off and get going. Nobody on pit road, so plenty of speed in this group as Vieira and Benyopadhyay continue to pace this field. Dewey Kang, though, in need of a good finish. He's fallen a little bit off the points. Trouble, though, a little bit ahead. That was Sebring Benyopadhyay, who I think looped it coming out of, that might have been turn 10. I think it was indeed. He caught the curb, got on the gas a little bit too early, and could tell he was going to go around and managed to do a neat little loop and just about got clipped. I think he did barely get clipped by a few drivers, but Benyopadhyay back down to 13th, so it's Vieira and Grant Talkie who are now 1-2.
Yeah, everybody did, for the most part, did a good job of avoiding the spinning car there that we saw slow off on the middle of the track. So drivers did a good job of having some heads-up driving there to avoid major contact. Everyone's able to continue as we see them working down the long stretch here, James. Just good to see all these beautiful machines working towards us, and get a good look at the Talkie's 941 machine here with those bright green wheels. Cutting through up here. He's now he's headed to pit road. I don't know if he had some sort of
big moment indeed. Yep, I was about to bring it up if you didn't get to it, but it is a race start infraction for Grant Talkie, who jumped a little bit too early. We saw him make that move through the middle on the initial start. It was a little bit too quick for race control's liking. So Talkie with the black flag on the pit road penalty, and Josh Vieira now leads Matthew Siddell and Dewey Kang and Charlie Yao, and then Brett Holmes your top 5.
Yeah, we pick up the 05 of Liam Ruzitas here. He's representing the Upper Canada region. I've actually raced with Liam a little bit in some leagues over the years, so it's good to see him out here running in the top 10. Also, we pick up Kenny Brown. We were talking with Kenny in the chat during the last race. He's some vested interest in this league, not only as a driver, but as a family member as well. So up into the 7th position. He's about 7.5 seconds back from our leader, Vieira. Looking at the rest of the top 10 here, we see the 11 of Lynn Wilson doing a good job. He or she, I should say, is up 4 positions into the 8th position. And after having that early issue in spin, Shabible has recovered into the 9th position, and you see Antonio McCartney rounds out your top 10 in that number 24.
Number 24, pretty good racing number across the board, I think, as Vieira continues to pace this group. It's a 4-second gap to Matthew Siddle. But look at Dewey Kang, who's needed a good run, hasn't had the best of runs the last few weeks after being the points leader in this class a little bit earlier on in the year. But Dewey Kang now putting the pressure to Matthew Siddle. The only problem, guess who's right behind Dewey Kang? Points leader Charlie Yao out of the Coastal Bend region of the PCA. We talked about small regions with Jeff C out of the High Desert region. Same sort of deal for Charlie Yao, who comes to us from Mission, Texas, which is right near Brownsville, Texas. And his region, the Coastal Bend region, covers the very southern part of Texas and southern peninsula that winds around Corpus Christi and Laredo and so many of those South Texas towns. That's where you'll find Charlie Yao as Yaozilla himself begins his charge up through the field.
We see Brett Holmes is up to the 5th position. He's passed 4 competitors on his journey from 9th to 4th. He is from the Porsche Club of America Las Vegas region. We've talked a little bit about Brett throughout the year so far. Brett having a nice run, running in that 5th position. Looking back through the chart, looks like we've got a big battle here back at the 15th position as we pick up the purple number 7 of Jonathan Waltman. They are battling. That's James Craig, John Montgomery, Jonathan Waltman, and Greg Fullwood all right here, James, under a blanket battling. Oh, as we see contact, unfortunately, there. Looks like everybody else is going to avoid the incident. Yep, looks like as we see more contact, unfortunately, again, these guys are trying to get every advantage they can. When you're close to somebody is when you're going to have the best chance to pass them. So that's when I think we'll see the most aggression at this point in the race. As we're now down to a little under 40 minutes to go. So already 5 minutes down, James, and looking on the sheet, a lot of different battles going on. Dewey Kang is now within 0.3 of a second of Matthew Siddle for that 2nd position now.
Also note here, Antonio McCartney has been black flagged for contact with Michel Levesque, and now he has to worry about Jacob Shum before he even gets to pit road, but McCartney will be coming down pit lane to serve his penalty, so he will fall from the 10th position. Shum, Matthew Mitchell, Jonathan Waltman are the drivers that stand to gain from his infraction. Meanwhile, Dewey Kang continuing to lay chase to Matthew Siddle in the 28 machine. Charlie Yao holding off Brett Holmes and Liam Rodzitis. We haven't called Liam's name too much this season, but Liam, one of the stalwarts from the Upper Canada region of the PCA. A little bit further back, a little bit more battling between Lynn Wilson and Sebring Benyapadjai, who continues to work his way up through the field as John Montgomery has also received a black flag.
Yeah, we saw some contact there, and you can expect to see some rule enforcement going on with the Porsche Club of America. We do have a in-race steward, race control, doing a good job of taking care of these other drivers out here and making sure everyone's held accountable for their actions. Again, Joshua Vieira leading the way out to almost a 4-second lead over Siddle now. Things are starting to spread out amongst the top 5. Is what we're seeing on the screen right now. This battle with Rodzitis and Holmes is the best battle on the track, at least in the top 10 right now. As we also see Lynn Wilson back here battling with Shabible for that 8th position, as the 770 is making their way back towards the front after recovering from that spin that we saw early in the race.
Tight stuff between Sebring Benyapadjai and Lynn Wilson as they continue to shuffle around. And we're talking about tongue twisters. Sebring Benyapadjai probably has the most difficult name outright in all of PCA Sim Racing, but no difficulty coming back up through this field for the 770 and a podium finish at Spa to boot in the club and pro race as well. So he's got speed, he's got prowess. Just needs a little bit of time to get back up to Kenny Brown, Brett Holmes, Liam Rodzitis and company. This group in really, really close quarters as Yao leads this pack. It's 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th that we watch coming into Sunset Bend.
There we see Rodzitis is moving up into that 5th position, is applying some pressure here to Yao. Looks like Yao drives it a little bit deep into that corner. That's allowed Rodzitis to come in and take over that 4th position. So we'll pick up Rodzitis as he's up to 4th. Also Dewey Kang up there still within a half a second of Matthew for that 2nd position. looking back on the timing sheet, looks like this group right here that we have is the best battle, so we'll stick with that, James. But Rositas up to 4th after starting all the way back in 15th, so up 11 positions so far for Liam. Great run so far tonight.
About time Liam Rositas had a run like this. He's been so consistent throughout the season, just hasn't necessarily had the luck, but in this smaller field by comparison, only 30 cars in this race, would you believe? Liam Rositas now beginning to really flex his muscle. He's run past everybody. He's come through this group. He continues to charge through the field, and now is setting his sights on Dewey Kang, who's about 2 seconds up the road.
There we go on board with the 05 of Rositas running in that 4th position last lap. A full, almost half a second faster than our leader. So Rositas is on the charge here, James. We'll keep an eye on that gap. It's now 6.5 seconds up to our leader and getting smaller and smaller as this run goes on. A man on a mission here, that 05 of Liam Rositas.
Liam Rositas beginning to chop it down. It's now down to 2.2 seconds from 2.5. Meanwhile, Matthew Siddle has just been hanging out in front of Dewey Kang. No difference yet between those two. And last time by, they were within a 10th of one another all the way around Sebring International Raceway. So pretty much nothing doing between the 28 and the 32.
Yeah, we see the front three have about a 6-second advantage over Rositas, who's running in that 4th position. This shot down the long straight here gives you a good idea of the separation. Behind Rositas, we do still have Yao, Holmes, and Brown, all 3 vehicles under a blanket here, James, battling for that 5th, 6th, and 7th position. So far, these guys have done a good job of giving each other room, keeping it clean, and that's paid off with good inside of the top 7 position for all 3 of these drivers. Looking back farther on the sheet, we do have quite a battle heating up back here for the 13th position between Jason Stein and Jonathan Shum. So the 2 JSs are battling as they come across the start-finish line.
And oh, by the way, as if it weren't even more fitting, we've got another JS right behind them. Jeffrey Smith is about 3 seconds back of this battle, but it's another JS in 15th. So it even got a J in front of this group. You got Jonathan Waltman and Jacob Schum up in 10 spots. So you take out Greg Fullwood, and you've got all the J's in there between 10th and 15th on the racetrack. So a little bit of fun with names. There we had it in our Sportsman race with the Scots, and now we've got the JS's in here, but currently it's Jason Stein leading Jonathan Shum. That's 13th and 14th on the racetrack. Oh, by the way, if you're curious, Liam Rositas has the gap down to 1.6 seconds on Dewey Kang.
A full 4.5 tenths faster than Dewey Kang last lap. Rositas is on a mission here. Fastest lap of the race so far for Rositas this past lap, that 157.182. So far is what I'm seeing up here. That is a full 8 tenths faster than our leader's best lap, 2 tenths quicker than this P2's best lap, and a half a second faster than the P3's best lap. So man on a mission right here, Rositas, and it's going to be exciting to see him now within 5 seconds of our leader, James, doing a fantastic job all the way up from 15th to the 4th position.
They continue to jump around and bounce around Sebring International Raceway, I think is the more appropriate way to put it, as Kang has fallen back of Matthew Siddle just a little bit, and Liam Rositas has continued his charge through the field, and now Charlie Yao going to have to hold off Brett Holmes and Kenny Brown. That group is in hot pursuit. So Babanya Banyai leads a second trio, which includes Lynn Wilson and Jacob Shum. So good stuff here throughout the top 10, top 15 of this race.
Yeah, little clusters, I like to call it, as we see one driver get a little bit sideways through turn 1. Luckily, there's a little bit of runoff area there. That was the 10th position, the number 11 of Lynn Wilson. Lynn with nice recovery there to keep it out of the wall. Did a fantastic job. Yeah, we have these little clusters, these little hot spots of battles, and I think we'll continue to see that as we keep an eye on the timesheet. The drivers are so close to each other in lap time. It's just going to be about minimizing mistakes, maintaining that track position, and hitting your marks and being consistent on that lap time as much as possible. And keep in mind, guys, we do have a mandatory pit stop that we'll have to deal with, so we will have different strategies on when to pit and when you want to come out with a clean track in front of you, because it's very important after your pit stop to not get stuck in traffic. So that's why these strategies are so important, and you keep that in mind as we go on throughout this race. I think as we get down closer to the halfway point, we'll see more guys pitting, we'll see more strategies playing out, and we'll probably see more little clusters popping up with all these battles that we see tonight so far, James.
I believe you are right on all accounts. As Greg Fullwood still ahead of Lynn Wilson, but Jonathan Waltman beginning to put some pressure on the 11 of Wilson. Waltman, another one of those Californians, the Santa Barbara region, which covers Santa Barbara County and Ventura. So, yeah, just a little bit north of Los Angeles, you'll find Jonathan Waltman. Lynn Wilson comes from the Connecticut Valley region, which covers the state of Connecticut, and then trickles a little bit up north into Massachusetts and covers the western Massachusetts enclave and the Springfield, Massachusetts metro area, home to the Basketball Hall of Fame. Springfield, Massachusetts is. So, if you live in either one of those areas, a few names that you might be able to cheer for.
We pick back up the battle here with Dewey Kang. Sorry for the technical difficulty, guys. Rositas within 0.6 of a second of Dewey Kang now. That battle for that third position taking place about 4 seconds back of our leaders. We see these guys really hustling their cars around the track, battling here in that top 5, James, and keeping an eye back through the rest of the top 10. We do have those little clusters starting to pop up again as Yao is under fire from Kenny Brown and Brett Holmes.
Kenny Brown, Brett Holmes, Charlie Yao. How many times have we called those names already in this event? That group has just been stuck almost like, I don't know, silly putty, glue, Play-Doh. What are the creative things here? Magic clay. Am I missing it? What else would you find in an arts and crafts store that I need for the analogy, Ryan Bauer? I have a feeling you have a little bit more talent than I do on that front.
Run the analogy by me again. I was so focused on this battle that we saw on the track there. I think a ball of yarn goes a long way in that situation. But we see Dewey Kang and Rositas battling now. Rositas right there on the back door of Dewey Kang. We've seen Rositas maintain that speed last lap a 0.5 of a second faster. We'll go on board with Rositas and see if what he can do. Headed down into turn 1, one of the more opportune passing opportunities here in turn 1, and then also down this little short chute, a heavy braking zone into turn 2.
Indeed, Lee Rositas has reeled Dewey Kang in, and now he's going fishing for P3. Trust to find the entry here. Peeks to the outside again. What kind of run is he going to get coming out of Big Bend and into turn 7? First real opportunity for Rositas to make this pass. He's already got it in his head. He's off to the inside. I don't think Dewey Kang's going to put up any sort of wild fight whatsoever. So Rositas will get to the inside. Kang will let him go. And Liam Rositas now moves up into third, and it will be his job to charge and try and catch Matthew Siddall.
Yeah, now within 5 seconds of our leader, down to 4.7 seconds. Last lap, Rositas was 0.5 of a second faster than Siddall and Vieira at the front. So I think if Rositas can keep it on the track here and manage this traffic, he's going to be the guy to keep an eye on. He is the hard charger again from 15th now all the way up to third position. I think, in my opinion, the class of the field tonight, James, I know he hasn't been leading the way so far, but his lap times have been consistently 5 to 0.8 of a second faster than our leaders. It's just be a matter of time that he's going to overcome this track position, now down to just a little over 4 seconds, now back to 4.5 as soon as I say that. But I think by the time we get back around to the start-finish line, another 1/4 of a second should be knocked out of that advantage. Rositas now on the podium in third.
On the podium in this race is Rositas. The real question, though, is can he reel in Matthew Siddall? That's one thing Dewey Kang did not have the ability to do. He sat behind Siddall for about 7 or 8 laps and just could not find the speed. So the question now, that we know Rositas has more speed than at least Dewey Kang, is does he have enough to bring Matthew Siddall back in? And I have a hunch but it might not be too long here. And honestly, I don't know if Rosita's keeps this pace up. You can't rule him out for the overall win because he's not that far back of Josh Vieira either. These two are only about 4 seconds back of your race leader. So if Rositas can reel in Siddle, not crazy to think that he might be able to grab Vieira too.
Yeah, another 2.5 tenths for Rositas gained on P2. And almost a full half a second on our leader. So now down to 4 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. This is just pumping up with excitement. Rositas is getting the job done out there. Again, half a second quicker than our leader and a full second faster than Dewey Kang in that last lap. So that is why we're seeing him start to stretch this out. And you see that the yellow machine here, the 28 of Sedal, will go on board with him shot off the back. So you can really see how hard Rositas is charging here as he's up to third position now within 4 seconds of our leader that we still have 26 minutes to go, James, and I don't know, can Rositas keep it up? He's just at full send here. Has to be as hard as we see him driving. Hitting his marks though and doing a fantastic job as he's now right up on Sedal's back bumper as they're headed now down towards you.
As Frank Santori was right in the way and Matthew Siddle had absolutely nowhere to go to get around him. So all of a sudden, here is Liam Rositas, and that second that Siddle had on the 05 completely gone. So how does Rositas set up coming out of the corner? And the answer is to overdrive it a little bit coming out of Le Mans. Not too much, but just enough to give Siddle some breathing room for the moment as Dewey Kang is followed back 2.5 seconds of this group. But all about what Rositas can do. He's going to run it wide on entry. Looks like he's going to try and set up the big exit. Change of line. Very intentional move there for Liam Rositas to try and get as big a run as he possibly can coming into turn 1. He's going to look not quite be close enough yet. Could end up being turn 7 yet again, where Liam Rositas makes his move.
Keep an eye on that chart. Again, a full second faster than Sedal that last lap, and a full 0.2 of a second faster than our leader, but that gap is hovering right at about 4 seconds, and I think it's going to stay there until we can see if Rositas can get the job done and get around Sedal for that second position. Like you said, now they're headed down towards turn 7. Here's the battle, James, headed towards you.
To the outside goes Liam Rositas this time, and all of a sudden, Liam Rositas started in 15th up into P2 and charging. That, I think, is the big thing. He'll start to leave Matthew Siddle and Dewey Kang in his rearview mirror. And now the question is, over the next 24 minutes and 13 seconds now, can he run down Josh Vieira as Siddle goes wide and Dewey Kang is going to jump around Siddle and take over P3?
Dewey Kang just taking advantage of someone else's mistake, and that's what you've got to do in these situations. 45-minute race. We're down now, getting close to the halfway point, James. These guys are just, you can't make any mistakes because there's somebody right there waiting to capitalize and gain from your mistakes. So, again, we talked about consistency, track positioning, and minimizing mistakes tonight, and that was just an example of that for Dewey Kang. Now up onto the podium, Dewey having a good run, back up to his starting position of third. So looking on the sheet and looking at Rositas now, this last lap, still 0.2 of a second faster than our leader, starting to eat back into that advantage that our leader has now that Rositas has that clean track in front of him.
And I think more importantly is the fact that Dewey Kang is ahead of both Kenny Brown and Charlie Yao, who are the two ahead of him in the point standings. Yao and Brown came into tonight tied in points, so whoever finishes ahead and higher of those two leaves this race as the points leader as it stands. Unless something happens to one of them, and then who knows, maybe Dewey Kang climbs right back into the conversation. We'll see. But in the meantime, Rositas trying to catch Vieira. That's the big thing we need to watch for. Vieira was 0.3 faster that last time by, so holding his own. It's up to 4.2 seconds, but no doubt Rositas has some pace. It's just a matter of how much pace does he have, and did he burn off everything just to get to the front?
We're getting close to that halfway point, and if I'm Rositas, I'm thinking probably pit stop here with 4 fresh tires, just to kind of be able to get back into that aggressive push towards the front. Last lap, like you said, almost 0.3 quicker for our leaders. We're on board with Rositas. You can see he's hustling that car, now down to under 4 seconds. So far so good on this lap. But James, he's really full send at this point, as we're down to 22 minutes to go.
22 minutes, and it is time, as you noted, Ryan Bauer, to bring you our third VRS Midway Race Break of the evening, which is always just brought to you by Virtual Racing School. VRS is the official setup provider for PCA Sim Racing and is home to a variety of tools to help you become faster. Learn from the best sim racers in the world, including 4-time eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series champion Ray Alfala, 3-time iRacing world champion Martin Krunke, and inaugural iRacing Rallycross world champion Mitchell DeJean, along with other top sim racers. As we watch to see what Liam Rudzitis is going to do here. No pit stop yet for him. So it's Vieira, then Rudzitis, then Kang. 12 laps complete here. They work lap 13, do the leaders. Matthew Siddle runs in the 4th position. 5th belongs to Kenny Brown. Brett Holmes runs in the 6th spot. 7th belongs to Charlie Al. Cheval Benyopadhyay runs in 8th. 9th is the 45 of Greg Fullwood. 10th is Jonathan Waltman.
We see Jacob Shum running in the 11th position. Jonathan Shum. Scoring's changing around as we see guys are pitting this time. Jonathan Waltman, Jeffrey Smith, Robert Cottle round out your top 15. Jeremy Mazziello in 16th. Jake Steinbrink, it's flipping around again. Guys pitting. Matt Mitchell, Jake Steinbrink, Mario Gonzalez, James Craig round out your top 20.
Mark Harris was in 21st. And 22nd is David Stewart. Peter Yarsha runs in 23rd. And Alexander Saduk runs in 24th. 25th is Lynn Wilson. Grant Talkey runs in 26th. Ari Moore Jr. is in 27th. Brian Mouthsing in 28th. 29th is Antonio McCartney. 30th is Frank Santori. It's John Montgomery, Michelle Levesque, Stephen Pruden, and Scott McSherry who round out your 34-car field. As that concludes our third VRS Midway Race Break of the evening. And for more information on Virtual Racing School, visit www.virtualracingschool.com. As Josh Vieira is still your leader, but guess what? Here comes Liam Rudzitis, who is faster by almost a second that last time by. The one thing we've not seen tonight, Ryan Bauer, is a driver charge his way through the field and get the victory. Rudzitis is in the hunt. It is not a given. Nothing is, I suppose, in PCA Sim Racing. But at the pace he's running, he would catch and pass Josh Vieira. And Vieira is going to respond by bringing it into pit road. And it looks like Rudzitis is going to follow suit. And he gained a whole host of time coming into the pit stall. Same thing for Dewey Kang. Same thing for Matthew Siddle. Looks like Cheval Benyopadhyay is going to come down along with Brett Holmes. We'll wait and see what Greg Fullwood does. If he comes down pit road at this time, and it looks like he is going to come in along with Jacob Schum, Jonathan Schum, everybody coming in pit road within the top 10 now.
And I wanted to point out something about VRS that I just actually learned in the last couple of weeks. You can do the rookie tutorials for free. That comes with a free account that you can get at VRS, so that's pretty cool. Even if that's something that you haven't considered doing, there's no reason not to at least try it, as it doesn't cost anything to go through the rookie tutorials, and I think you actually can even use telemetry and stuff at that point as well. So nice service that they have over at VRS as we see the leaders with making their pit stops. Looks like Jonathan Shum has taken over the lead, James, and it's good to see him move up all the way from the 27th position up here now into the lead, as he's yet to make a pit stop. The rest of the top 10 looks like they've made their way to pit road now, James. So we'll keep an eye on the 97 of Jonathan Shum here and see when he's going to be making his way to pit road. Dewey Kang has leapfrogged into the 2nd position over Liam Rudzitis. And both of those drivers, I'm trying to remember who was leading the way before the pit stops, but we see Kenny Brown moved up into the top 5 as well.
Biggest issue, though, Josh Vieira, a 55-second pit stop compared to anything from about 14 to 20 seconds with the leaders. So looks like the leaders either refrained from tires or refrained from fuel. Vieira took everything all the way, and he slides all the way back down into 12th. And Dewey Kang is out in front of Liam Rudzitis, who was the fastest car before the pit stops. We'll see if Kang can hold on for Rudzitis, but this battle between the 32 and the 05 is for the lead when they cycle through pit stops once again.
Yeah, we hate to see that for Josh having that long pit stop. if he's available, we'll have to find out what happened there. Is it looks like a lot of the guys running in that part of the field. We see Grant Talkie also had a long pit stop as well, James. So not sure what's going down there on pit road. Drivers fixing up some damage is the only thing I can think of. But when you come in leading the race, the last thing you want is a 55-second pit stop. So, wow, I can only imagine the frustration going through that driver's helmet right now as we see Rositas all over the back door of Dewey Kang. Again, once Jonathan Shum makes his pit stop, this will be the battle for the lead. As Jonathan Shum is on pit road, we now see Dewey Kang taking over that top position, James, as we're down to 16 and a half minutes to go.
So here is your battle for the race lead. It is Dewey Kang, it is Jonathan Shum fading, it is Liam Rositas right there. And he was 0.5 of a second faster than the leader that last time by. Kenny Brown also in the mix too. We haven't said much about Kenny Brown, but all of a sudden he's up here in this group. About 2.5 seconds back of these two. The problem though is that Kenny Brown also has a lap older set of tires than these two. So who knows, the fresher rubber will make a difference. It's not nearly as important, I think, on the road courses as it is on some of the ovals. But in either case, what can Rositas do? What can Kang do? What will Kenny Brown be able to do in response? And now that he sees these two, is he going to be able to charge and make the move? As I don't know if Dewey Kang is going to be so easy to pass this time around.
I think having that clean out lap for Kenny Brown really paid off for him. Those guys we saw, Dewey Kang and Rositas, were battling. They were together coming in the pits. They were together coming out of the pits, and there was a couple points where they had to check up for each other. So that's allowed Kenny Brown to move within 3 seconds of that battle for the lead. Also looking at the rest of the drivers in the top 5, we've also got Matthew Sedal, who was running second before the pit stops. We saw him get passed by Rositas and by Dewey Kang. So he's recovered back to the same position he was in before those two maneuvers. And Brett Holmes now in the number 6 machine rounds out your top 5. Good run for him up from the 9th position. And Greg Fullwood started all the way back in 18th, James. He's now up to the 6th position. So there's been quite a few movers in this field tonight, and nothing short of excitement here from Sebring.
More importantly, though, Liam Rositas got the pass done at Sunset Bend, and Liam Rositas has driven from 15th all the way to the race lead, and very, very good stuff all around for the 05. No question, he's had an impressive run. Jonathan Shum, even though he's not the race leader anymore, started in 27th and is now hiding in the 8th spot. Greg Fullwood started in 18th. He's up to 6th, so some movers here, especially towards the back half of the top 10, but nobody making a bigger impact and making bigger waves than Liam Rositas out of the Upper Canada region, Toronto and most of Ontario in the fold, waiting to see if Liam Rositas can pick up his first ever PCA Sim Racing victory.
At just a little under 14 minutes to get that done. We've seen the talent and the lap time and the pace that Liam's had tonight, and all he's got to do is maintain his composure and manage the traffic. It looks like he's starting to pull away from Dewey a little bit. Dewey's now back to almost half a second back. Last lap, Liam was 0.9 of a second. What did we see?
Oh, there goes Liam Rositas. He spun it around. He spun it around coming out of Bishop, and all of a sudden, there goes all the work that he had put in and all of the positions that he had gained. He slides back into the 5th spot and just lost it. There's not really much else to say here.
No.
Don't think there was any lap traffic, as we'll take a look and see what happened to him, but just got on the gas too early and caught a little bit of the dirt, a little bit of the curb, slid it sideways, and all of a sudden, out of the lead goes Liam Rositas. He's back into 5th, and now back. We'll see how far back the gap is, but my suspicion is that we're probably looking somewhere in the 10 to 15 second ballpark for Rositas, and that might be a bit of a mountain too big to climb with only 12 minutes left to go. However, that does hand the race lead back to Dewey Kang.
Keep an eye on Kenny Brown running in the 2nd position now. Almost 0.4 of a second faster than our leader last lap. Kenny's got it down to under 2 seconds now, so I don't know if that was if Rositas was a victim of the broadcaster's curse there. We've been talking about him a lot this race just because about how hard he's been pushing it and how full send he's been throughout this race. But at the same time, that goes back and rings true to what we were talking about earlier. All it takes is one little mistake here. Not a lot of room for error with the narrow track that we have here, and these guys are at this point in the race after their pit stops is when they're going to be pushing the hardest, because that's when you have the most grip. So looks like an unfortunate incident for Ruzita, since he's now back almost 14 seconds back, James. So that's a good summation and a good estimation of where he would resume his position. But again, we see Kenny Brown down to just about a second and a half as Dewey King, your leader, shows the way.
A difficult one to swallow if you're Liam Ronzitis, and I think in particular because this track, in the technical sections in particular here, that run through turn 10, turn 11, 12, 13, that complex right there from turn 10 up to tower, so easy to get on the gas too early at 10 and 13 especially, and loop yourself around. And that's exactly what happened to Liam Ronzitis, who went around at tower and just tried to get on the gas too early and didn't roll into it enough, and ended up looping himself around and most likely out of contention for the race win. It's a 14-second gap as Matthew Siddle is in trouble coming out of Le Mans. So Siddle will slide back behind Greg Fullwood, who jumps up to 5th. But Kang and Brown is the battle to watch one more time, as these two have done battle before this season already. They had that great tussle in Montreal when we were at the circuit Gilles Villeneuve about a month ago. But now they battled at Sebring here in a very important fight, not only for the race win, but also for the points lead overall. Kenny Brown in very good shape to jump ahead of Charlie Yao, who's all the way back in 29th. A bad night for Yao in the points. So Kenny Brown will likely be the points leader, but Dewey Kang sits 3rd in points tonight coming into the event. Won't be a lot that he gains on Kenny Brown if he can hang on to this, but would be good if he can hang on to the race lead beyond the obvious reasons. However, if Kenny Brown can get around Dewey King, what a monumental night it would be for him in the points. You beat Charlie Yao by a tremendous amount with Yao's troubles in this race. You also gain points on Dewey King. I won't quite call it one hand on the trophy, but depending on how things shake out at Silverstone, it may end up being 2 before too long.
Yeah, it's a good chance for Kenny to capitalize on what we saw from Charles Yao and his difficulty. Now back to the 29th position. So Kenny Brown running up here in 2nd, I think just needs to keep it close to Kang and see if he can wait for Kang to make a mistake. But definitely be conservative here if I'm Kenny Brown, just to take advantage and capitalize of that opportunity to make up so many points at this point in the race. I should say at this point of the season, as we're down to just 2 races to go after this.
Silverstone, and then the season finale at Road America at the end of the month. That's all that's left in Series 4 of PCA Sim Racing as Dewey King continues to lead. It's a steady gap that he's held on Kenny Brown. Incidentally, Dewey King's last lap, a 1:57.943. Ryan, you know what Kenny Brown's last lap was?
1:57.943.
Exactly right on the nose with one another, if you want a sense of how even they are. This time behind, though, Kenny Brown was faster by about 0.6 of a second. So, a little bit of the gap chopped down, but still, he's going to need a little bit more, and there aren't too many laps left to do it. 8:25 on the clock here. That gives you about maybe 4 laps and change at best. It'll be tight for these drivers, but not much more racing left at Sebring, and all Dewey King, Kenny Brown at the very end of this. They also happen to be the best battle until you go all the way back to 13th and 14th, until you find Jeremy Mazzariello and Robert Cottle running nose to tail.
Yeah, I actually was going to make a comment about Kenny Brown. We know that Dewey King's got to be feeling the pressure here. Just continuing to watch the lap times, another 0.6 of a second for Kenny Brown last lap. Is that advantage for the lead now down to right at 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. And heating up here as we're down to under 8 minutes to go. So if I'm Kenny Brown here, I think I'm turning up the pressure just a little bit more, even yet so, because as he gets closer up here to Dewey, Dewey's going to be feeling that pressure. He's already looking in his mirror, James, and that's going to create the possibility of mistakes now as we're getting close down to just a little over 7 minutes to go. Can Kenny Brown get there? He's getting closer and closer. Again, we'll keep an eye on the lap time here as they come down towards us on the long straightaway. Just looking through the top 10, this is the best battle that we've gotten, and of course it's right at the front, so what more could you ask for?
Outside of maybe Shabal Benyapanya, Grant Talkie are both rebounded from spins and penalties in their own right to come up and be part of the top 20. And as this race winds down, we bring in another friend of Podium Esports and a PCA Sim Racing. Jacob Seelman now joins us in the booth, and it's been an eventful race. We had a good stuff from Liam Rudzitas to charge through the field and catch Josh Vieira in the first half of this race. Rudzitas had his spin over at Tower, costing the lead, sent him back to fourth, and it's been Dewey Kang and Kenny Brown since. And all eyes are on these two at the front of the field as Brown continues to gain, but will he gain enough before we get the checkered flag? That is the question.
It is the question, James Pike, and glad to be able to jump in for a little bit tonight at Sebring for PCA Sim Racing. Certainly enjoyed being able to call the action a couple of weeks ago when Taylor Burris and I were on the call, and this battle, I've been watching it for the last couple of minutes at the front of the field, has been pretty electric, and at the pace they're running, Kenny Brown may have a shot at Dewey Kang on the final lap here by the stopwatch. When they took the start-finish line last time by, it was, at least by my stopwatch, roughly 3 to 4 laps left, and he was a quarter second faster last lap compared to the 32 of Dewey Kang. So you got to believe that he's going to be on the bumper on the white flag lap. It's just a matter of, does he catch the bumper of the 32 in enough time or at a good enough spot around this Sebring International Raceway to be able to make a charge? Does he catch him in a passing zone? That's going to be the key. If he doesn't catch that 32 in a passing zone where he can look to one side and make a move, it's not going to work.
The other thing we have to pay attention to is lap traffic. There are 2 cars ahead of Dewey Kang that they will catch most likely within the next few laps or so. Brian Mousing is one. Charlie Yao, incidentally, is the other, who came into tonight tied for the points lead, but Yao's going to pull on pit road to completely make that point entirely irrelevant. And then once you get clear of Mousing, then there isn't really much traffic ahead of Michel Levesque, who is well up the racetrack. So it really is just Mousing that I think these two will have to worry about. And the clock, and a little bit closer now, it's down to 0.4 of a second as Brown shaved off another 0.4 off Dewey Kang's lead.
He did. I mean, that 23 is coming as they work up towards Big Bend, and this is one of those battles where, like I said, it's gonna come down to where Brown catches Kang as to whether or not going to make a move. Lap traffic wisely ducks to driver's right, gets out of the way, and the gap continues to shrink. It's down less than a car length now as they work through the hairpin. James Pike, this is going to be fun down to the final lap.
Feels like Montreal all over again. Now, Montreal is a much different bear, a much different beast than Sebring in the sense that it's straights and chicanes and hairpins all over. Not really too many of these wide, bendy corners. Sebring's a little bit different in that respect, and there is a little bit more room to roam if you are Kenny Brown, if you want to make a move. There's also a lot more runoff, too, so if you end up getting off track, you're going to be sliding through grass, losing time and losing any sort of shot whatsoever to win this race. And we are still holding at about maybe a second at best, and these drivers look like they will get maybe 2 more laps tops to finish off this club race around 6 of PCA Sim Racing.
Well, and I'm watching the gap as much as it shrunk the last couple of corners. Kenny Brown started slip sliding on this bumpy pavement here at Virtual Sebring, and that gap has all of a sudden opened up by a couple more car lengths in the last 4 or 5 corners, James Pike. You can't be losing ground at this juncture of the race because there's about 2 laps left, I think, by the stopwatch before we go checkered. This lap and the next lap, and that's going to be basically it.
It will be it. They're down to 2:39, so they will get the white flag next time by. Dewey Kang still in front. Kenny Brown 0.7 of a second back last time by. It was about maybe 0.3 that Brown was able to shed, just as far as the best laps go, but it was a 10th that Kang ganged on Brown last time by, and he doesn't need too much, maybe just one more of those in order to come away with the victory. Just needs to hang on here in these final few stretches. Kenny Brown is stronger and he's faster, but is he fast enough?
I'm not convinced that he is. I think that last lap, even to only extend it by about a 10th of a second, James, had to have been the confidence that Dewey Kang needed after watching that gap shrink by 3/10, by 4/10 over the last 2 or 3 laps, just to be able to inch it out a little bit. Is that the turning point? Is that where Kenny Brown has used up too much just trying to catch Dewey Kang? We're going to find out. It's a lap and a half to go here at Sebring. The gap remains 4 car lengths.
4 car lengths, 6/10 of a second now for Kang over Kenny Brown. He needs more. He's got to find a little bit of speed somewhere in order to get alongside the 32. Second to last run down the Olin Straight. 2 more cracks at Sunset Bend. White flag coming when they reach the other side of the paddock and cross the stripe. Does Kenny Brown have enough?
Into Sunset Bend for the penultimate time, turn 17 here at Sebring, and back around onto the front straightaway. The white flag faces them from the starter's stand one more time around Sebring International Raceway. The gap still 6/10 of a second. Kenny Brown running out of time, down to 1 and 2 for the final time.
He was a 10th faster that last time by. It may take some sort of desperate lunge in order to get up along the 32. Kenny Brown absolutely going for it. Same with Dewey Kang. What happens in turn 7? They'll work their way out towards Big Bend. This may be the telltale turn, and Kenny Brown did not get a good exit out of that last corner, and he'll have to wait maybe to tower to get a shot at Dewey Kang if he can get close enough.
He needed the drive out of Big Bend and down to the hairpin. Does he try to outbrake him to make up ground here through hairpin? No. The gap remains about 5 car lengths as they head up to Fangio and down towards turns 10 and 11. That may be the next shot to try something. You mentioned Tower in 13. I just don't think he's close enough, James. He's losing ground here. This is the section where Dewey Kang has been so strong, and he's proven it one more time.
Enough just to keep Kenny Brown at bay. That's the key. Really good run through Tower. Big dive on the brakes from Kenny Brown. You saw him really lock it up to try and get in and get alongside Dewey Kang, but not enough yet. Maybe one more shot if there's a bobble at Le Mans or the Sunset Bend. Those are the last 2 shots Kenny Brown has to make something happen.
He does. They're headed down towards Le Mans, and then it'll be a long run down Ullman straight to Sunset Bend for the final time. These two have been tit for tat over the last 15 minutes or so. James Pike headed towards Sunset Bend for the last time. It's Dewey Kang. Bring him to the checker.
One clean turn. That's all Dewey Kang needs. Big move there from Kenny Brown. One more time to try and get to Dewey Kang, but he'll come off the corner, and even though he checked up a little bit just to be safe, it'll be just enough for Dewey Kang to win the club race of PCA Sim Racing. As you see the headlight flashing, I think that's a lot of respect between those two. They've run really tightly all year long. Really good stuff from Dewey Kang and Kenny Brown to come home 1-2. Brett Holmes will round out the podium in the 3rd spot, and we'll wait to see the rest of the finishers come across the line and wrap up their races. But Dewey Kang did just enough to make it happen.
And when you look at the last lap times for both of them, Kenny Brown a 1:57.8 to Dewey Kang's 1:58.1 and change. I mean, Brown was absolutely trying to get every ounce of speed out of this 3.64 mile 17 turn course, James, and I think he got everything out of it on that last lap. It was just a little bit too much of a deficit to try and overcome.
It was just a bit. It wasn't a lot, but it was just enough to be too much for him as we see a few more drivers wrapping up the race. Mark Harrison, Jeffrey Smith about to cross the line. Sebring Padjai, who I think will have to be disappointed with the way this race has panned out after starting in 2nd. He'll come home in 17th, just ahead of Antonio McCartney and Peter Yartsa. So tough right there, I think, across the board. We wait for a few more cars to come home. David Stewart, R.E. Moore Jr. are the final few that need to wrap up this race. And the final few that need to come home and bring it around before we bring you the full field rundown to tell you where your favorite driver finished.
And that's the kind of battle, James Pike, that we hope to see with PCA Sim Racing, really with anything on the iRacing service. But the type of battle that Kang and Brown put on tonight, that's the stuff that you look at this series and go, that's what we want to see. A stellar show out of those two down the stretch, really for the final third of this.
For the final third of this race, they really did put on a show, as we now have the opportunity to bring you your full field rundown and tell you where your favorite driver finished. Dewey Kang was P1 this evening over Kenny Brown and Brett Holmes, who rounded out the podium in this club race of PCA Sim Racing Series 4 Round 6. Greg Fullwood and Matthew Siddle rounded out the top 5. Then it was Liam Rositas, Jacob and Jonathan Shum, father and son, finishing 7th and 8th. 9th was Jason Stein and Jonathan Waltman rounded out the top 10.
Josh Vieira finished 11th tonight. Jeremy Mazzariello 12th. 13th to James Craig. Grant Talkie 14th. Matt Mitchell 15th tonight. Mark Harris 16th. Jeff Smith 17th. Shaibal Banyopadhyay in 18th. 19th to Antonio McCartney. And Peter Yerksa completing the
It was Jake Steinbrink in 21st. 22nd was David Stewart. Ori Moore Jr. finished in 23rd, and 24th was Robert Cottle. Brian Moutsing finished in 25th. 26th was Alexander Saduk. Frank Santori finished in 27th. 28th was Mario Gonzalez. Charlie Allen, Lynn Wilson came up in 29th and 30th. Final 4 cars were Michelle Levesque, John Montgomery, Stephen Pruden, and Scott McSherry. As we now turn our attention to Dewey Kang, who gets it done and wins tonight's race rather, in the club class. And Dewey, final 15 minutes, Kenny Brown's all over you. You didn't necessarily have to worry about it when Liam was racing you in the first half of that race, but the final third, how much were you driving out of your windshield and how much were you driving out of your rearview mirror?
Both. I think I spent more time looking behind me rather than looking ahead. It was Kenny kept up the pressure, and I mean, we had matching paces. It was a phenomenal race.
Phenomenal racing, phenomenal stuff. Kenny, of course, will take over the points lead, but not a bad points night for yourself. Is that something that's sort of playing into your mind? You're currently third in the standings. You're going to gain a lot on Charlie Yao, who didn't have the greatest of runs tonight. So is that something you pay attention to, something you worry about, or are you just here to try and pick up wins as we come to a close in season or Series 4, rather?
Championship standing is definitely at the top of my mind. But having said that, Charlie and Kenny, they're some of my best buddies here, so I really don't mind racing them, and they're all respectful. I love them dearly.
Tight stuff, good groups all around, and a lot of folks that you need to thank for making it possible, Dewey. Who do you need to thank for tonight's victory?
Well, first of all, I all thanks to Swarm Racing, because this was all due to the endurance racing that we did. And Jonathan Shum and Jacob Shum and Charlie and Kenny, they all make it happen for me. I have a list of other sponsors who support me, but you know who you are. Thank you all. This means a lot.
Dewey, congratulations on your victory, and thanks for the time. We look forward to seeing you next week from Silverstone.
Thank you.
Dewey Kang comes home P1 tonight. We'll now take a break, and then when we come back, we're joined by a very special guest before our final race of the evening. The pros go at it here from Sebring. You're watching Podium Esports coverage of Porsche Club of America Sim Racing on the iRacing Esports Network.
Virtual Racing School is developed to provide support to the next generation of sim racers. No matter if you're a rookie or veteran or what car or track you'll be racing, our goal is to provide training every step of the way. We found that iRacing can be quite difficult without proper training. There needed to be a way to prepare for on-track racing. With VRS, you can literally learn from the best sim racers in the world.
And we are now joined by two-time 24-hour Le Mans champion, former Porsche Super Cup champion, and the defending WeatherTech Sports Car Championship champion in GTLM and Porsche factory driver Earl Bamber. Earl, welcome to the broadcast, and thanks for coming on and being a part of it.
Yeah, thank you for having me along to watch some of these races.
We've had a pretty good program tonight. A lot of drivers who are very invested in sim racing, a lot of Porsche owners who like the computer racing side of it as well.
And I think over the years, we've seen how this has developed. I think, especially in the past 10, that simulation training has really come a long way. The technology has gotten close enough to where you really can learn a few things just by running through a sim over and over and over again. So, first off, what do you feel like the correlation is between sim training and real life racing? And what have you gained from training in the sim and in iRacing when you get back out on the real track?
Yeah, that's a good question. What do we use it for in the sort of real world and stuff like that? So I think if anyone's had a look online, probably the hardcore Porsche fans, you've seen the videos of the simulator that we've got in Visa, which is a big motion platform simulator. We started using that with the LMP1 program. And for us, it's different probably to what you guys do because you guys focus on sim racing and getting the fastest that you can out of the sim. And we all know it's pretty close sim racing, but there's still a special technique in being able to drive a simulator fast. So we need to make sure that we don't drive it purely as a sim. We need to keep it as close as we can to reality and stuff like that. So it's quite a difficult mix, but we use it a lot for fuel saving, a lot these days, and strategy. And we use it a lot for hardware simulation as well. So we do a lot of software simulation inside of there. So basically, when we arrive at an IMSA track, we know nearly everything from the simulator. We do about 2 days in the sim before every circuit, and then we do post sim as well to recorrelate it for the next time.
So it's almost more about just making sure that you have both an understanding of how all the high-tech software and hardware works within the car, and then maybe a little bit of track learning as well, but making sure that you're more familiar with the car, I guess, than anything else.
Yeah, we're to be familiar with the car. Also, if we bring, like, let's say, a new software into the dash, that we want to make sure all that sort of stuff works. Because for us, when we run the simulator, we've got 2 or 3 engineers, and it's run exactly like the race car, and it operates like the race car in the background. So we can simulate failures as well, and failure procedures as well. So that's really important for us as drivers. When we go to a new track, we definitely use that. The hard thing is the tires always. The hard thing is to make sure, because we're in an open tire battle and we go with new tires every single year, to know what they're going to do. So generally do a little bit of tire testing. I have done tire tests in the past on our simulator base. So going through temperature models and thermal models with tire testing. So that's also quite a challenge inside a simulator.
But all useful things that you can take with you to the track, but you've got a good feel for them. Now, obviously, there's all the hardware training and all the bits and pieces of the car that you learn, but there's also a little bit of circuit learning as well that I know takes place. And how useful can that be, especially if it's a place that you haven't seen before? I know that the number of places you haven't been to is dwindling week on week, but still, I figure if there's a new circuit that you haven't been to, the sims are very useful in helping you learn the track, no?
Yes, definitely. It's very useful to learn the track. When I was younger, I used to use it a lot, actually, to learn the tracks and where it went. Actually, the most recent one that I did, and I'm going to use a bad word here, when I went to Mexico for the LMP1, I actually bought Formula One game because it was one of the easiest platforms, and learned the track from that playing Formula One, I think 2017 game. So just to know the track layout. And what's also really important is how to get speed there. So, is it better to go fast in, slow out, all those sorts of things. And you get sort of a feeling about how you generate a fast lap time there as well. So for us, we've got to still remember that it's a tool, because people do get blurred between that and they say, oh, in the sim, I could do this. So you got to make sure that it's a tool. And also, I think if anyone's really in depth with what we're doing, we're sort of tuning the cars and our driving technique on the way the track's developing on the weekend. I know that iRacing's working on this, that the track gets rubbered in. I was watching the NASCAR broadcast, and they did that the other day, that they've got this model. So that's really cool that that's already coming to sim racing. So we're also tuning the cars around that on a race weekend, and temperature and stuff like that. So we know if we have a GS race before, that generally the track will be different to if you've got a cup race before and stuff like that. So we're in those sorts of details, which is just a weekend by weekend thing. So it's definitely a really cool tool that that I used a lot. I'm actually ordering one right now because I'm in the middle of nowhere, so I need a sim.
Yeah, be a little bit handy to have when nearby and all that. I think to the rubbering end of the track, that's where the, as we know it, the track state slider comes in handy, where you can adjust the amount of rubber that's down on the circuit before you even take a lap out there. So certainly something that folks in iRacing will be very, very familiar with. But
well, we had that. We've got the difficult thing. We had that in the prototype, where you would take a new car. So we had a new model of a new car, and we would start doing ridiculous lap times. And then you always have to work out to yourself, well, is it that we've made a fantastic car, or is it that we're out of the grip simulation model? So it's quite a really, really difficult one. And then sometimes you'd go to yourself, oh, that's not possible. Like, it's so fast, it's not possible. So you'd reduce the model grip, but then actually when you went to the track, sometimes we'd actually be that fast with the real car. So sometimes it's quite phenomenal. It's a difficult one to judge.
That's the beauty of blurring the line between simulation and reality when the tech is so advanced. What about stints and stint training and just length of races, especially for the endurance races? Does the simulator help you train for just the sort of mental state that you need to be in, especially if you get to double and triple stinting within a long event?
Actually, I've never done a long run in the simulator.
So we're that's what we'll have to add to the list then.
Yeah, I think the most that we go is like 10 to 15 laps in the sim at one time. I mean, what we do with the procedure is quite difficult because we do it in like 5 to 10 lap block setup changes. And then we've got to try do those setup blocks time and time again. So it's basically like 5 to 10 laps, stop, change for 1 minute, another 5 or 10 laps, stop, change, and continuously go like that. So it is quite, let's say it's quite a strenuous thing when you spend like 3 hours in the morning in there just doing those setup blocks. So we don't do a continuous long run, but we do like a long block of a couple hours every time, doing these setup changes and stuff like that, and doing a test block. So it is quite difficult. You sort of come out mentally drained, actually.
So it almost ends up putting you in the same mental place. It's just a different way to get there, I suppose.
I mean, to be honest, the level of concentration that it takes to drive the sim on the limit is exactly the same as a race car. I would say it's actually more mentally draining, especially on the ice, because you have to sort of use a different sensory motive rather than, we've got the G-force and the movement from the car. Rather there, you're really reliant on your hands and your eyes and your feet. So, that's a different set of skills. So when you really are on the limit, it's quite draining, actually. You get out quite tired, as many sim racers would probably know.
Right, especially those who have done the 24 hours of Le Mans and done the 24 hours of Daytona, especially in either the 919 or, in our case, the 911 RSR GTLM, which is the car of choice for the series. Now, obviously, we know you have a little bit of experience with that machine. So for all the sim racers and everybody in PCA Sim Racing that is currently trying to come to grips and find the most speed out of the GTLM, do you have any tips for all of our drivers as to how to make that car a little bit faster and how to maybe shave a tenth or two off your lap time?
Wow. I wonder how the rear brake locking is for all of them out there, because we always struggled with rear brake locking. I don't know how it is for them, but that's what we struggle with. But God, I probably have to quote my teammate where he just says he hates understeer, and we try to dial as much understeer out of it as possible all the time. And basically, we got to a point where we didn't have any understeer. If you watch some of our onboard videos at the moment that you see on Twitter, it's quite edgy. And we always say normally an edgy car is a fast car, so I would say try to get rid of the understeer, and then should be pretty quick normally.
Balance it out a little bit. Fair enough. And then
get
I guess
the ride height low.
Yeah,
get the ride height low.
As low as you can without completely scraping off the under tray.
Oh no, we don't mind about the under tray. We just want it to be low.
Fair. It's extra weight, right?
Yeah, and you can push reset and get a new one, so it's all right.
That's beautiful. Fair enough. So now, once you get your rig in, I figure you might get the chance to have a little bit of fun with it. Are there any sort of track car combinations that you sort of have in mind that you want to get familiar with, you want to run, it's things that you're looking forward to while you're sort of stuck here? You're obviously probably going to find a lot of time on this end, so anything that sort of jumps out to you?
Well, actually, I want to go race the Super Cup just because I want to troll my teammate Lawrence in there.
I had a hunch. And by the way, I believe if you all haven't read about the fantastic Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup that's going to come back a little bit later this year, definitely worth going to put your eyes on that and learn a little bit more about what's coming in that this year. But I figure that should be a very fun series, especially with the GT3. It's a brilliant little machine, though.
Yeah, so I watched the first race, actually. I stayed up till 3:30 in the morning to watch that race and to see how Lawrence would go. And then he crashed in qualifying. And then I think Tandy and him flipped on the first lap. So actually, it was a really entertaining race. So because I'm a big racing fan, so even though there's no real racing, I'm watching all the sim racing. But it made me want to get get a sim while I'm here. I can see you've got a steering wheel right in front of you. So I'm thinking about just getting G29 because that would be probably the easiest thing to buy from the store right now. But all the stores are closed in New Zealand and it's not allowed to be bought right now. So I have to wait a few weeks. And probably where I am with internet connection, I'll have so much lag that I'll probably just hit everybody off because I don't even realize. But I think it would be really cool. And also it'd be nice to get my mind back into driving and stuff like that. I used to play, before iRacing came around, a lot of Gran Turismo as well. I learned the Nürburgring, the Nordschleife, exactly from that.
So you've got a little bit of experience, and it's just a matter of making sure that we can get Telstra or somebody to actually pump out a good internet connection to make sure you won't have any lag. I figure that's the biggest issue. But if you mention to them that you have a former 24 Hours Le Mans champion that wants to go sim racing and can use a decent pipe to the internet, maybe they'd be a little bit more amenable. That'd be the hope, right?
Yeah, actually, my sponsor, the Guild Track Group of Porsche New Zealand, they've got a massive simulator up at their office. So as soon as we get out of lockdown in New Zealand, which I hope will be in a few weeks, I think we'll probably be earlier than most people, then for the big sim races, I think I might just go sit up there in their office and play it endlessly. That could also be a solution.
So I would say, if it won't get out all the way to you, then just go to them and make it happen. That's fair. And get back into the swing of things so that when we get back to the real life thing, you'll be ready to go.
Yeah, exactly. That would be the plan.
A good plan. I like that plan. Earl, thank you so much on behalf of everybody at PCA and everybody involved with PCA Sim Racing for taking the time to talk to us. And hopefully it won't be too long before we see you back on track. And best of luck when you finally do get back on track racing.
Thank you, and good luck for everyone on the races today.
We'll see how it goes.
Welcome back to coverage of PCA Sim Racing. And as you all saw, a big thank you to Porsche factory driver and defending WeatherTech Sports Car Series or Sports Car IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship GTLM champion. Goodness, if I could ever get that right. Earl Bamber for coming in and taking some time to talk with us over the course of the week. So big thank you to everybody at Porsche Motorsport North America and Porsche Motorsport AG for helping to put that one together. So big thanks to Earl. Big thanks to you all for sticking around for our final race of the evening. 45 minutes of the best of the best. Michael Polishek leads them to green in our pro race for drivers with an I rating of 2,000 and above. This race, too, goes 45 minutes to round out our evening. It's Polishek who starts from pole with a qualifying time of 1 minute 55.938 seconds over John Malia. Jason Lisner rolls off in the third spot. Fourth is Lee Peterson. Elliott Skier joins our field tonight and starts from the fifth spot. Sixth will be Vaughn Glaze. Christopher Bias will roll off from seventh. Eighth will be Greg Carr. Ninth will be James Hughes. Matthew Kickish runs from 10th. Jeff Lewis begins tonight from 11th. And 12th will be Jordan Dyer. Mark Huth, Alberto Fonseca, Arthur Chan, Ryan Heidenreich, Carlos Lopez, James Patak. Your starting grid for these 18 cars that will run on Sebring International Raceway's course one more time. It's the International course. It's 3.74 miles, 6.02 kilometer course that has 17 turns. We run in the morning again. A little bit later start this time. Green flag going to come out right around 9 a.m. local time Eastern on iRacing Day, May 15th, 2020. And current Track temp is 60, or current air temp rather, is 66 degrees in sim. Track temp is 70 degrees. Winds to the north at 2 miles an hour, 53% humidity one more time. And now we see the best of the best, Jacob Seelman. And this, I think, is, this could be interesting because we've seen the pro drivers race. I don't know if we've ever seen them race with a field this small since way back in the days of Series 1 back last spring. So a bit of a throwback for these drivers, bit of a later start time as well, but very intriguing all the way around to see who's going to go for it and who's going to make it happen.
Yeah, I'm going to look forward to this, as a matter of fact, James, because with the smaller field, I think it opens it up more to really showcase what these drivers are capable of. As you mentioned, the best of the best when they have the track space and the ability to get after it. I think we're going to see, I think we may see a lot closer racing than we expect, only because there may not be quite as much congestion, so to speak. So it allows these drivers to race a little closer together and not have the fear of having to dart in and out of traffic the entire way. But Polasek on pole again. I mean, can we just at this point stand back and marvel the job that he's done this entire season? I mean, there's been hardly anyone, if anyone, better than he has been the entire way.
Michael Polasek, I think, has been the definition of talent and prowess coming into full bloom this season. You saw all of the ability in Series 1, Series 2 in particular, had so much speed, just couldn't quite put it together. Now, here he is, and it's just been win after win after win after win after win after win after win. Only remaining question is whether or not he can do it one more time. As Polasek gets ready to lead the field to green at Sebring, looking for yet another victory in what has been a pretty storied PCA Sim Racing season here in Series 4.
And if we're looking at him looking for another win, at the end of the day, who are we looking at to try and stop him, James? I mean, Jason Lisner has tried the entire way, but just nobody's been able to do it.
Nobody's been around. Nobody's been able. No one's had the pace, the ability to keep up with Polasek out of the northern New Jersey region, who set immense amounts of speed and time earlier in the series, has kept that up throughout our run up to here in Sebring.
Field gridding up, getting ready to come back to the green flag. And if Polasek gets gone, I have to believe that it's going to be a very short night as far as the battle for the win is concerned. However, that doesn't mean it's going to be a short night in terms for the battles everywhere else in this field. And that is what is going to be a tremendous amount of fun to watch as they get ready to head into Sunset Bend and back around towards the starting line. James Pike, we're coming to green, and we'll fasten our seatbelts and see what the best of the best can do here for 45 minutes.
As we get set to go, Michael Polasek will take off. Green flag will be underway. Final race of the night is green flag here at Sebring. Big move there. A little bit further back. That was Lee Peterson, who tried to peek around John Malia and then thought better of it. But here comes Polasek and company leading them into the corner as this field fans out through turn one. And they begin to funnel down. Oh, he went wide, though. There goes Polasek, who went wide. So now it's Jason Lisner who jumps ahead. Elliott Skier jumps ahead of Michael Polasek. And now he's finally got a little bit of competition. We praised him so much. So then all of a sudden, he's back at a fourth before we get to Big Bend.
Yeah, Big Bend, the first real test for these drivers as they work through 6 and down towards the hairpin. Polasek, that's a rare mistake to see from him early on, James Pike. I'm a little surprised at that, but everybody trying to settle it back in, get their wits about them. 45 minutes at Sebring, still a long time, so these drivers don't need to panic right now. There's still a lot of racing left to do.
Impressive stuff side by side between Elliott Skier and Jason Lisner for the race lead. They bounce off each other almost coming into turn 10, and Skier got to the inside coming out of that hairpin at turn 7 and got the lead. Oh, Lisner bobbled a little bit coming towards Tower. That was through turn 11, and he ended up checking up John Malia, and here comes Michael Polasek back to the inside. He nearly clipped Malia coming through Tower.
And Tower, James, we talk about that. You can be successful there, or you can lose positions there very quickly. That's a very tricky part of this Sebring International Raceway as they head down to Bishop and Lamar for the first time in this race. So everybody, I think, it's going to take this first lap for everybody to figure out what they've got as we see couple of drivers go side by side down the Ullman Straight around the battle for second place right now as Polasek, after that early miscue, trying to settle in and get working back forward, but he's got a little ways to come, and that's not something that we've seen very much of. Usually he's been lights out the entire way.
Also, Elliott Skier making his Series 4 debut in PCA Sim Racing in the Pro class, already up a second and a half over this battle for second, third, and fourth. So anybody who wants to make some sort of charge needs to get going now, because Skier already is starting to put the clamps on the race lead and scoot away from the front of this field.
And he's got to, James. He's got to get away early, because if Polasek gets into a rhythm and starts knocking off fast laps, that lead will evaporate in a hurry. So Skier knows he needs to build as big a gap as he can now and hopefully try and hold it the rest of the way. This is as far back under green conditions I feel like we've seen Polasek all season long.
Polasek running in fourth, a bit of a weird one by our standards, but in either case, still in good shape as Elliott Skier continues to scoot off. He's even better now, up almost 2 seconds, and Malia and Polasek are held up behind Lisner, but let's not forget, it's a train of cars in that stretch. Vaughn Glace is there. Leif Peterson is there. Christopher Pies is there. Greg Carr, Matthew Kikis, all in line. And that's everybody from second to ninth within about maybe 2-3 seconds of one another.
Yeah, they're all strung out right now, but Jason Lisner leading the train in second, just ahead of John Malia. That's the first battle. Let's say second, third, and fourth, and then a little gap back to Leif Peterson in that fifth spot as they head back down the Ullman Straight, headed for Sunset Bend, turn 17. Polasek trying to get a run to make something happen on Malia, but cannot. He's not close enough as they head down into Sunset Bend. A car length back for the 45 as he still sits P4.
Still just waiting for his opportunity. Skier is gone. 2.1 seconds. It might not even be a battle at this point for the race lead. We might just be watching this battle for second, third, and fourth as Polasek continues to try and work over John Malia. Meanwhile, a little bit further back, good stuff between Leif Peterson and Christopher Pies, the two drivers out of Texas, battling back and forth once again. It's Lone Star on one side. It's another Texas driver in the form of Leif Peterson, who hails from the Maverick region. So Dallas v. Houston for 6th and 7th.
Well, and that's interesting because not a lap ago we were talking about Leif Peterson being the first driver behind Polasek in that fifth position. So Vaughn Glace has actually worked his way clear of that battle between 6th and 7th, and Glace has started to move his way forward now a little bit. So positive moves for the driver of the number 7. Meanwhile, a little closer to the front, 3rd and 4th still separated by just a couple of car lengths as Polasek, repping the northern New Jersey region, going to work on Malia out of the metropolitan New York region. And Malia right now has been playing some really good defense, James Pike. Polasek has looked for the last 2 laps. He cannot find a way by the 690.
No holes yet, but the speed's definitely there. You can tell that Polasek is bit for bit just as fast as John Malia. The problem is that Jason Lisner starting to gap these two as well. Skier's out in front by a 1.5 seconds, but Malia is almost fallen a second back of Polasek. Don't know whether that's just for the sheer defense he's having to play or whether or not he just doesn't quite have the speed, but in either case, Malia is sliding back, as is Polasek, and they are both sliding back into the clutches of Vaughn Glace, who may have the opportunity to work over Polasek if Michael isn't careful.
Boy, that was a brave move for Polasek too last time through Sunset Bend, trying to look to the outside of Malia for third place. That's a line that's almost impossible here at Sebring through that turn 17. James, I was really shocked to even see him think about it, let alone actually try it.
Well, I thought it was interesting. You could see that Polasek was trying to set up the crossover on the exit of Sunset Bend, and Malia ended up checking up in the middle of the corner to make sure that Polasek couldn't switch lanes on him. So Malia reading what Polasek is doing, and you see a little bit of the chess match elements in here as well, as Polasek nearly got all over the rear bumper. Malia just about gave him a little love tap coming out of 7 as they worked their way up towards turn 10 through the Fangio complex.
Meanwhile, Jason Lisner last time by was a full half-second quicker than your leader, Elliott Skier. So suddenly Lisner may be the one to mount a charge here from the runner-up spot, and visibly he is starting to shrink that gap a little bit. So while Skier was the jackrabbit at the very beginning of this race from the 5th starting position after Polasek had his issues, now suddenly it's Lisner who seems to be mounting the charge and has closed the gap down to nearly a second.
The irony here of maybe being the hair might not be the worst thing in the world at the end of the day. If you end up getting the victory, it just depends on how this pans out, as Lisner's got it down to 1.6 seconds behind Elliott Skier. Then John Malia, who continues to hold off Michael Polasek in the 45. Bon Glace looking for room, looking for space. Nothing doing yet. They bounce, they bobble, and here comes that little trio working their way back up the front straightaway and across the start-finish line to complete their 4th lap of competition.
And Lisner only picked up a 10th over the entire lap between he and Skier that last time by. So while visibly Lisner is certainly better than Skier during the first half of this Sebring course, it looks like Skier really makes up the difference on the back half of the course, and particularly that run from Tower back to the start-finish line, James, is where he really seems to be able to leg it out.
The very, very speedy parts of this racetrack, you know, as opposed to the more technical sections. So maybe Lisner we watch out for in the 2, 3, 4, 5 section. Maybe Skier we see on the back end as the little bobble there from John Malia going into the hairpin. Rear end steps out on him ever so slightly. Not a lot, though, as he continues to sweep his way up towards turn 10. Otherwise, all in good shape. Or these 4 cars, Leif Peterson towards the back end. Chris Pye is also there too, and a bit of a gap back to Greg Carr and Matthew Kigas in 8th and 9th.
And what a showing this is early for Elliott Skier in the San Diego region. You mentioned it, making his Series 4 debut in this event. And what a way to come out of the box to rep not only the San Diego region, but really the West Coast. It's a heck of a performance for him, and a battle of the two sides of this country, West Coast versus East Coast, San Diego versus First Settlers. James, these two really representing opposite sides of the same coin as they head back down towards turn 17 to put lap number 5 in the books, and not quite a third of the way through this race yet, but certainly starting to get a feel for how this is going to shape up as Polasek again tries the look on Malia, and again he's denied.
Now, of note, Elliott Skier might be making his Series 4 debut, but by no means is it his PCA Sim Racing debut or his first time behind the wheel of a Porsche in racing competition. Elliott is a real-life club driver. He's got tons of experience in the 911 GT3 Cup car, so most of the skills are going to translate over pretty well to the 911 RSR GT LM. No shocker, then, that Elliott Skier is out in front of this group by 1.8 seconds. That lead is largely stabilized, and he, incidentally, was 0.2 faster than Jason Lisner that last time by, a 56.5 to a 56.7. So, Skier either maintaining or at least running about the same pace. The real question mark here is Malia, as there's a big group behind, and it looks like Chris Pies and Lee Peterson are going to go door-to-door to bounce off each other, and Chris Pies slides through the grass and into the fence, into the tire barrier coming out of turn 8. Contact with Lee Peterson in the 913. Those two are racing door-to-door coming out of the hairpin as Peterson left the door open for Pies to go to the inside, and just nowhere for that number 14 machine to go.
unfortunate break for Chris Pies at turn 8, and that was easily one of the best battles on the racetrack. Now the focus shifts up a couple cars ahead of them. This third, fourth, and fifth battle that will not quit between Malia, Polasek, and Glace. And I have to believe at this point that the 690 of Malia, James, is starting to hold up the 45 and the 7 of Polasek and Glace. I think for sure Polasek is faster than Malia right now, but Malia has just played defense perfectly to where he has blocked in the few passing zones that there are that develop over the course of these 17 turns and really kept Polasek behind him, despite Polasek having what I think is a much faster race car.
The speed looks like it's pretty evident between Polasek and even Vaughn Glace. I think you can make the case for. They certainly look like they've got a little bit more speed than Malia, but Malia, to his credit, has just hung in there. One of those cases where you have drivers like that behind you where you're faster, you just don't worry about looking in the rearview mirror. You focus on what's ahead of you, almost turn it off and just race your race. And it doesn't look like that Malia is even worried about the fact that he's got Michael Polasek all in arrears.
So almost 1/3 of the way through this 45 minutes. Skier leads Lisner by now almost 2 seconds, and then it's 2 more seconds back to this battle between Malia, Polasek, and Glace, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, that has easily been the most entertaining dance around this 17-turn Sebring International Raceway. And really, these pros, James, as you called them earlier, the best of the best, that has been what it's felt like for much of this race. It just feels like a dance between these guys when they get close together, just kind of bouncing where the others aren't and waiting for perhaps one driver to be lulled into a mistake, so to speak.
One of those cases where as you advance through the classes of PCA Sim Racing, you see more of the chess game, the strategy that comes into play. It's not just about your driving ability, it's about how you make your moves on the racetrack as well. And that's something that Malia has done very nicely throughout the first 15 minutes or so because of all that defense he's played. Doesn't necessarily have the speed to outright keep Polasek and Glace and company at bay, but he's smart enough to recognize where those drivers behind him will attempt to make the passes and knows where to place his car, especially in the middle of corners, to make sure that holes don't open up and those drivers behind him don't have an easy shot ahead of him. You add to it the fact that he has completely shut off the rearview mirror, it looks like. John Malia has driven a very fine race and a very solid P3 run at the moment for the driver out of the Chicago region of the PCA. Yet another one representing the Chicagoland area.
James, as this race winds a little bit deeper, I would be curious your thoughts as to whether somebody like a Jason Lisner, who's now broken away and really settled into his own race, do you save here through the middle stint and potentially make a run at the end? Or is it one of those where you have to go hard now because you don't know if you're going to get another chance to get close to that 17 a skier?
I don't know how you play it. I'm not totally certain how you push it. And to be fair, I think if you're Lisner, you got a little bit of time to hold, and if you could find a little bit more pace. Now, granted, we're also working with drivers who are largely a little bit faster than some of the folks in the club class, but you may end up waiting and seeing what happens as Jason Lisner continues to roll along. He's about 2 seconds back of Elliot Skier, but you may wait for a little bit just to see. There will come a point where you have to push, but I think off of what we saw with Liam Rodzitis, I don't think you really have to start going for another 10 minutes or so.
It's gonna be an interesting balance, and that's the kind of strategy in these pro races, that because these guys are so good at their craft, that kind of strategy is what makes this race so much fun and so intriguing from the broadcast perspective, to be able to watch how it plays out. So all things that we're going to be keeping eyes on as the battle for third heads up to turn 17 one more time. I thought Polasek had a look on Malia, but yet again just cannot get quite close enough under braking to be able to make something happen.
And because he asked, our National Marketing Director of the Porsche Club of America, Jim Hemming, asks, hey, Podium, are the Hughes brothers battling And as a matter of fact, they are nose to tail. 14th and 15th are Mark and James, right behind Ryan Heidenreich in the 64. But Mark and James also there in tow behind the 64. Mark, member of the St. Louis region of the PCA. And James, member of the Hudson Champlain region of the PCA that covers.
And James, we just had a mistake. We just had that we were talking about that battle for third, and finally Polasek forced a mistake out of John Malia and has been able to get by. Malia actually spun off under the pressure, and just like that, we had been waiting on it for the last 10 minutes, and here comes through Michael Polasek. Finally got John Malia, got in Malia's head just enough. The 690 bobbles, spins off, and through comes the 45 to a podium spot in third.
So there is that answers. We'll keep an eye on Heidenreich and the Huth brothers, but Polasek now ahead of Vaughn Glace, who takes over fourth. And now that they've disposed of John Malia, a question will be, what kind of speed does Polasek actually have? You know, he's going to start pushing. The problem is that he's got about 6 seconds to gain to get back to Elliott Skier, and only a half hour to make that happen.
And see, this is where it's going to get really fun, and that gap between Polasek and Lisner is going to start to be very telling. It was 3.2 seconds last time by between Polasek and Lisner. Of course, that was with the 690 of Malia in between the two. They're going to come back to the start-finish line this time by, and we'll see exactly what the gap is now that Polasek has been able to start pushing a little bit. It is 3.6 seconds, as you have to believe James Polasek was on the brakes a little bit just to avoid that slide there in turn number 2, where the 690 Amalia slid off and over into the tires. So you got to believe that was where a couple tenths of a second at least were lost, because they were tight together. But now he's really, I think, going to be able to start opening it up a little bit.
I have a feeling he's going to start going. Vaughn Glace is going to follow suit and see if he can hang tight with the 45. If there's a driver in this field that might have an opportunity to stick with Polasek, Glace might be one of the few ones I would think that might be able to get it done. Vaughn Glace out of the Allegheny region, the area surrounding the Pittsburgh metro area, along with Colin Allman and the Sportsman class. But for now, all about what Polasek and Glace can do as we work our way towards the halfway point of our final race of the evening, and the VRS Midway Race Break is forthcoming shortly.
All right, James. So now we get to kind of reset here between these top 3 or 4, and I originally thought that Vaughn Glace might have had the speed to be able to go up and actually dispatch Polasek for third. I thought he was the fastest of all in that battle between third, fourth, and fifth over the past few laps. But now we've seen Polasek start to gap the 7 of Glace just a little bit. So that's positive news for the 45, and perhaps negative news if you're the 7 of Vaughn Glace. A driver we haven't really talked about, though, that's done a really solid job so far. Actually 6th in points and has advanced appropriately 6 positions on the racetrack from 15th up to 9th. Representing the Canada West region is Arthur Chan in the 87. Now, actually the biggest mover in this 17-car pro field so far.
A very, very big mover indeed, as we wait to see how the rest of this race is going to pan out as we cross the 25-minute mark. And last time by, Michael Polasek was only a tenth quicker than Jason Lisner. Maybe he gets to the rear of the 92, but it wasn't all that much. And oh, by the way, he was also still slower than Elliott Skier, only by a 10. So not really much in the gaps, to be honest. I think that's the biggest thing of all.
I was going to say, did we mention Elliott Skier's kind of good? I feel like we've talked about that a little bit before. He is no stranger, as you mentioned, James, to anything in the Porsche racing family, and doing a tremendous job. I mean, if I said when I saw him in the field for this race that if anybody was going to snap Polasek's streak, it was going to be Elliott Skier, because I didn't think anybody else really had anything for the 45. But it's not necessarily because Skier has truly just outpaced him. I really think this goes all the way back to the mistake that we saw out of Polasek at the very beginning, and you have to wonder if that slide, if the spin did not hurt those tires just enough that it's taken some of the good out of them and prevented him from being able to really make a charge now. But that one mistake has been really the defining point of this race to this point.
I wouldn't necessarily say it was that entry. He was just a little bit asleep at the wheel and didn't quite get going through turn one on the opening lap the way he needed to. If we're going to run with that theory, I think the more plausible idea is that he had to burn up a little bit of those tires just trying to fight John Malia for P3. That's where I think he may have burned them up if he's worn off the tires in some way, shape, or form at all, which is still a question that I think we have to answer. Last time by, though, Polasek was the fastest of the top three by a second, so he's got it under the 2-second gap, the 2-second number to Jason Lisner. It's down to 2.7, so might be beginning to piece it together a little bit, but still pretty much on par with Elliott Skier. Not really a difference in the lap times whatsoever.
No, it's pretty even between Skier and Polasek. The big loser that last time by was Lisner, who lost multiple tenths of a second between he and Polasek. So that's going to be, I think, where we have to keep an eye on the battle as this race wears into the mid-stage. And I think by the time we get back to the flag stand next time, James, we'll actually be at the halfway point of this 45-minute race.
I'm feeling you're probably right about that, as we'll keep an eye on Elliott Skier, who works his way through Tower this time by, begins to make the run down the back. I'm going to call it the back straight, I guess, of Sebring. Tower, Bishop, turn 15, and Le Mans. This sort of Weevely road here, which isn't necessarily a full-on rhythm section, but does have enough braking sections in here to throw you off if you don't treat it right, as Skier comes through Le Mans and down the Ullman Straight one more time.
Yeah, and again, Skier a full 3 seconds ahead of runner-up Jason Lisner, as by the time we get back, we will be halfway through this 45-minute race. And really, after a lot of the close battles we've seen early, now everybody has kind of settled out, James, in a way where everybody's starting to run their own race a little bit. The closest battle was for third and fourth between Polasek and Glace, but even that has extended out now to a second and change, as we see at least one driver hit the pit lane, and it's the race leader, Elliott Skier, on pit road. So this could be where the turning point of the race is in. Skier on pit lane right at the halfway point.
So Elliott Skier comes in right at the middle of this race to get his service. Greg Carr follows suit behind him, and Jason Lisner now assumes the lead. And I guess with all these pit stops coming before they get back around to the start-finish line, we'll go ahead and take our VRS Midway Race Break, which is brought to you by Virtual Racing School. VRS is the official setup provider for PCA Sim Racing and is home to a variety of tools to help you become faster. Learn from the best sim racers in the world, including 4-time eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series champion Ray Alfalda, 3-time iRacing World Champion Martin Krunke, inaugural iRacing Rallycross World Champion Mitchell de Jong, and other top sim racers. Jason Lisner takes over the lead after Elliott Skier comes down pit road. He's got it over Michael Polasek and Vaughn Glace. Leif Peterson and Matthew Kikas round out the top 5. Then it's John Malia, Arthur Chan, Jeff Lewis, Chris Pies, and Elliott Skier, having pitted, now runs in 10th.
11th is Christopher Pies. Ryan Heidenreich rides 12th. Carlos Lopez 13th. Alberto Fonseca 14th. James Huth, Mark Huth 15th and 16th. And Jordan Dyer 17th. The only car 1 lap down. James Patak in 18th. A DNS, it looks like, for tonight's event. James?
And that will conclude tonight's VRS Midway Race Break. And for more information on Virtual Racing School, visit www.virtualracingschool.com. Jason Lisner now in control. The question is, does he respond and come down pit road? And the answer is yes, he is down. Polasek, however, will stay out. Vaughn Glace will come down pit road. Leif Peterson in for service. Matthew Kikis rolling through Sunset Bend, and he will come down as well. Arthur Chan would be next after John Malia, who also comes in. So everybody just about outside of Polasek in for 4 tires, or maybe less, and fuel.
And that's going to be the question here is, what do you do to try and beat Elliott Skier because of how good he was out in front of this field, James? And I think the answer to that question may be you have to do what Michael Polasek is doing right now, stay out and on a little bit lighter fuel, push, and try to run as fast a laps as you can muster in an effort to make something happen. Lisner cycles off the pit lane, but Skier came out and through well ahead of him, 2, maybe 3 seconds. So that gap may remain about the same. Polasek's trying to make up time. The problem is, before stops, he was 6 seconds behind what was the race leader in Elliott Skier. So I don't know that you're going to make that up in a couple of laps difference of pitting. I just don't.
It'll be very tricky, I think, to figure out one way or another as Michael Polasek continues to work his way through the back half of this course, approaches Le Mans. And the question now is whether or not he comes in for service. Jeff Lewis is the only other car that has stayed out, along with Alberto Fonseca in the 44. So does Polasek answer the call and come down for service this time by? And if, and more importantly, when he does, what happens to that 45? Where does he come back out into the field? Is this it for Polasek? Yes, it is. Here comes Polasek down pit road. So all eyes on this pit stop and what Polasek is able to do, where he comes out. It's going to tell us a lot about how the second half of this race is going to pan out.
Do you go for 2 here, James? Or with Sebring and how abrasive the pavement is that too much of a risk as far as overall position for the end of the race to try and make up the time that you need to try and win?
I don't know, but I know that everybody else has been somewhere in the ballpark of 14 to 17 seconds. That's the amount of time that you can realistically spend on pit road. Here comes Elliott Skier coming out now. Polasek beginning to roll out of the pit stall. Skier, I think, is going to beat him, though. It's going to be really, really tight between these two. Skier's going to have him beat. There goes Skier to the inside now. Polasek in second, so he jumped Jason Lisner on pit road. I think that's important to note. And now Polasek is within half a second of Elliott Skier, and I think probably took a little bit more in tires or fuel than, but well, actually no, took less in tires than Elliott Skier did. So Polasek likely on the older tires. Looks like it may have been either 2-tire or fuel only stop at best for Michael Polasek. Skier 17.8 seconds in pit road to Polasek's 14.0, but it is on between these front two for the race win.
That is an impressive turn of events for Michael Polasek just to come out and it's a mental thing, James. When you can see that race leader, all of a sudden it changes your entire mindset. It changes your approach. And now Polasek is going to be the shark that smells blood in the water. He knows the lead is right there. He can almost reach out and grab it. And as you mentioned, it is on. Absolutely, it's on for the race lead between Polasek and Skier.
Let's also not forget that there's a pretty good battle in third brewing between Jason Lisner and Vaughn Gleis, who are about as far apart from each other as Skier and Polasek are. So we'll have to watch the battle for first and then the battle for third, because both of them are shaping up to be very good battles in the final 15 minutes of our final race of the night at Sebring.
Yes, it will. It'll be, I think, right at 15 minutes remaining or just under when they get back to the flag stand this time. 3 car lengths separate first and second. That's Elliott Skier versus Michael Polasek. Then it's a couple seconds back to the Lisner and Gleis battle, but they're separated by just about the same margin. It's half a second, James, across the line. It is even less than that between Lisner and Gleis as that battle raging hot and heavy for P3.
Really good run from Gleis down the front straightaway to pull the draft off of Lisner's rear bumper. They go side by side, nearly bumped in 2 and into turn 3. It'll be Vaughn Gleis who takes over P3 in that 7 car. Lisner back into 4th. So now back to Skier and Polasek. And Skier threw down a 156.6 last time by. Polasek was a little bit further back, just getting warmed up on those colder tires. So now back at it. This will be his first lap at Song, and now we'll really see whether or not Michael Polasek has anything for Elliott Skier, and if anybody has anything for Elliott Skier at this rate.
I think if you put the carrot out there for Michael Polasek. He's going to find a way to respond if there's enough speed in the car to do so. And I don't think it can be understated just how strong he was in open track on those 2 laps that he stayed out before the pit stop. He made up even a lot more time, almost a second, I believe, James, on the track, as opposed to if he had pitted right with those guys that were ahead of him. So Polasek, one of the masters of being able to do that overcut, if you will, stay out a little bit longer and make time before your pit stop. And now he's showing it down to just a couple of car lengths as they work down towards turn 17. I think if the gap's not shrunk, it's at least been stable over this last 3.7 miles.
I think you're right about that on all fronts. Doesn't look like Skier's gained as much this time, and I think as the tires and everything have come back up to temperature for Polasek, he's been able to start matching Skier bit for bit just about. This run across the line will be very telling. Let's see what the lap times are. You see the lights flashing on Polasek's car, trying to play the mind games with Elliott Skier. And last time by, Polasek was a 10th faster than Elliott Skier, so certainly not over yet. There's battling to be done at the front of this field. Vaughn Gleish, on the other hand, is beginning to dust Jason Lisner. That gap has extended to almost a full second.
Remember what happened earlier in the battle for third between the 690 of John Malia and the 45 of Polasek. We've seen him do this before when he's been behind, which really has not been all that much this year in PCA Sim Racing, James. But Polasek is good when he needs to get in your head, at getting in somebody's head, or getting in that, playing mind games with the guy that he's chasing and forcing a mistake. That is what he's trying to do here. But against somebody with the experience, the likes of Elliott Skier, I'm just not convinced he's going to be able to force Skier into a mistake the same way he did with Malia earlier on.
You're probably right about that, even though Polasek may well have the pace outright on Skier. That much we can't totally tell just yet, but they're still holding at about 0.5 of a second on one another. So just pretty much dead even between these two as they work their way towards Le Mans, begin their run down the Ullman Straight. And I think it was interesting to see Polasek be the faster of the two on that last lap, but that's only one lap. Do we see it over 2 laps? Do we see it over 3 laps, 4 laps, so on and so forth here? Not too many laps left to run either, working our way inside the final 10 minutes momentarily. So not too much time left if you're Polasek to try and run this one back. Although Skier got a little bobble through the corner, might be ceding a little bit more time to Polasek across the stripe. Lap times as they cross start finish to begin lap 18 of competition. Skier again a tenth slower than Polasek. It was a 56.7 to a 56.6. So Polasek continuing to shave it off bit by bit by bit.
He's just got to be patient. He's lurking right now. That may be the best definition of the word, is Polasek is just lurking in the weeds, waiting, trying. It was turn 2 where the mistake from the 690 of Malia came earlier on in this race. I'm not sure where it might be, although perhaps the run up the Ullman Straight to turn 17, we saw that bobble where Skier ran a little bit wide last time through there. That could be the one weak point, James, in the 17, the chink in the armor for Elliott Skier, if you will, that Polasek may be able to take advantage of.
We're all watching. We're all waiting. The real question is who's going to be commiserating with that P2 finish. As the smart ones in chat will have picked up where I'm going with that one. But to answer the question from Heather Drawhorn, your class point leader is indeed Michael Polasek. Even after the incident at Road Atlanta last week, he still leads by about 40 points over Jason Lisner, and then Leif Peterson is about 100 back. So you can see that Polasek doing a nice job of really putting it on this group. Vaughn Gleish has had speed but started off late, so Polasek, in terms of the championship, is in very good shape. In terms of the race, though, still with work to do. Gleish has opened it up to about 1.5 seconds on Jason Lisner in that third spot, by the way, so Vaughn Gleish really in great shape to get it done and get P3.
Yeah, I said that earlier, that I thought Glace was honestly the faster of the pair when he was battling with Lisner, and he did eventually prove that. But up front, it's interesting, James, isn't it, how the same battle that we saw in the club race just a little bit ago, it is more or less, we're seeing a similar iteration of that same battle here, just the players are a little bit different in Skier and Polasek, but it's the back and forth, two cars being almost within hundredths every single lap of one another, just trying to figure out who makes the last slip and who can take advantage of it.
Really tight stuff there. Skier was faster by 3/100ths of a second that last time by, so enough to maintain, but still not quite as good as the tenths that Polasek's been taken off. As I think Skier slid a little bit through turn 7 that last time by, so whatever ground he had gained, he definitely just gave up a decent chunk of it. And Polasek now with the lights on. Wouldn't be surprised to see Polasek start to flash those headlights a little bit more just to get in his head a bit. It looks like Polasek might be a little bit better on corner entry and in the braking zones in particular.
That's why I think turn 17 is going to be very key, because that is a braking zone where if you get the run right down the Ullman Straight, James, you and I have known this, and we've seen this in the last couple of races, that can lead you to a passing opportunity if you time it right. And for Michael Polasek, that may be the opportunity, as he's watched Elliott Skier been right behind him the last couple laps when that car has not been able to keep it right on the curbing and has slid just a little bit wide out of the groove.
What kind of entry does Skier have into turn 17 this time by as they come through Sunset Bend? Where does Skier go? What does his car do? Looks like a much cleaner entry for Skier this time around, and maybe a little bit better exit too. Got off the corner very nicely, so good stuff all around. And as they come across the stripe again, lap times will give them to you. It was a 1:56.7 to a 1:56.6. Seems like it's just been deja vu the last 3 or 4 laps. That's exactly what Skier and Polasek have been doing, and Polasek's continued to reel them in ever so slightly, but it still isn't quite enough.
And finding a 10th when the battle for the lead is this close, that last 10th or 2/10 of a second, James, as a driver, that's always the hardest part, isn't it? Where you know you need that last little bit to get by a guy, and sometimes that's the hardest bit to be able to pull off.
It's the principle of diminishing returns in a very basic, almost economic theory sense, if we really want to boil it down, that as you climb up through the order and you work your way towards the front of the field, each car that you get around becomes harder and harder to pass because the drivers at the front are obviously faster. So in that case, you get to third or second and you need 2/10. It's a lot harder to find those 2/10 than if you were racing for, say maybe 15th or so, where the drivers might not necessarily be in as good a shape as Polasek bobbled a little bit out of tower. So just one of those things that you have to keep in mind. And I think the biggest thing in Polasek's case in particular is to not put excessive pressure on yourself to find that last 10. The best way to go out and get that last 10, as counterintuitive as it might sound, is to not think about it. Elliott Skier, on the other hand, it's pretty straightforward. Your rearview mirror is broken. You can't see anything at the back, and you don't even know that Michael Polasek's there. The moment you start turning around and looking to see where Polasek is, it's the moment mentally you're finished. It goes back to an old point that Ayrton Senna would make, that if you get your nose in and you find that space in a corner and you're alongside somebody, mentally they're done. If they leave you any room whatsoever, mentally you have beaten them. You just have to make sure that you don't give the driver behind you any mental space to make that pass.
Well, at least last time by, Elliott Skier did not give Michael Polasek any mental space. Skier was actually faster for the first time in several laps in this battle between he and Polasek, and we are now 5 minutes to go in this race. So about 3 more, depending on the lap times here, James, I'm going to say probably 3 more laps. So this one, then one, and then checkered. So about a lap away from the white flag, if you will, really getting down to crunch time.
Really, really getting down to it. Not really any other good battles through the field, by the way. Everybody else has well spaced themselves out. But we can tell you that the Youth Brothers, since we didn't totally finish that update up to 11th and 12th, so good, or 12th and 13th rather. So good runs for James and Mark. James has passed Mark, incidentally. So those two holding their own a little bit further back in the field, but for now, it's all Skier, Polasek, Skier, Polasek, Skier, Polasek, back and forth they go, as we still aren't any closer to figuring out who's going to get the win in this final race of the evening.
No, and I don't think we're going to know until the last couple of corners, with as tight as these two have been and as good as Polasek, I feel like, has been on this end of the course from tower back to start finish. So we come around what we believe will be about 2 laps to go when they get back to the line, depending on exactly how the clock falls. But Polasek, a little bit tighter line through Sunset Bend out of turn 17. It was about 4 car lengths last time by across the line. Visually, it looks like Skier has opened it up a little bit. On the stopwatch, yes, he has. It's another 1/10 of a second, and we are 2 laps to go, James Pike, in this race. So we'll get the white flag next time by.
White flag forthcoming here for these two. Skier in good shape now. It was another 10th that he added back to his lead, and it's as big as the gap has been since these two came together off that pit stop. They have been pretty much nose to tail identically since. Nothing in it between these two just about. And now, maybe at the very end, this might be where Elliott Skier makes it happen and gets it done and drives off to victory. He's been the fastest car just about all night, so certainly no skin off his back, and no shocker to the rest of the field if he pulls this off. But he still has to hold off Michael Polasek for this lap and then another one on top of it.
And that's going to be the biggest thing. I'm sure Elliott Skier was hoping that this would have been the white flag, but as it is, still a lap and a half to go. And Polasek has closed it in again in the technical portion. Skier curb hops, maybe a little bit of a mistake there. Could the pressure be starting to get to him with less than 2 laps to go?
We'll have to see the stopwatch and see what the lap timer says. That's the biggest question as we wait to see what Elliott Skier's number is when they come across the line. We know that Polasek's been very good on corner entry and in these braking zones, but it's been the harder braking zones where he's been more successful. I think Skier's been good enough on the back half of this course in particular to maintain the gaps and maintain that race lead, even if Polasek might be a little bit quicker in some of the tighter sections. Going to be all about how they exit this corner and get back onto the straightaway. A few more times to go. This is going to be it. White flag out for these two, and this time by, it was 3/100ths that Polasek picked up on Skier, but that's not enough. He needs more. He's got to find 5/10 of a second in this last lap. It will almost certainly take a mistake from Elliott Skier. That's about the only thing at this point that'll change the outcome at the front of the field.
Yeah, Polasek's got to force a mistake. He's got to go for broke at this point, and he has got a little bit of an opening to be able to do so. It's a full 6 seconds between Polasek and Von Glace in third, so he can push the limit a little bit. You got to be careful not to step over that line and put yourself in a position to lose any points or any positions. But Polasek digging, you can see him pushing a little bit harder on these corner entries, pushing a little bit harder under the brakes, trying to get to the bumper of Skier, trying to find a way by. It's down to 4 car lengths as they work down to the other end.
Close enough. That's his best corner right there. Turn 10, and he almost ran it wide. It was a big send deep into 10 for Michael Polasek. He's been better there than just about anywhere else on the racetrack, but this is where Elliott Skier comes into play through tower. Smooth racing. Both drivers right through that quickly. Now this big fast blast down the backstretch as they start working towards Bishop and Le Mans.
Bishop and Le Mans may decide it, because by the time you get to Ullman Straight, unless you're going to send it very, very deep, I just don't know if it's going to be enough as they work down now towards Ullman Straight for the final time. Michael Polasek trying. He is still 3 car lengths back as the final run down to turn 17 and Sunset Bend. He's been close the last part of this run, but James Pike, he is going to run out of time as they head for home.
Elliott Skier, with all that experience in the real-life Porsches, all that experience in club racing, is going to get it done. Elliott Skier comes across the line with a weave and a flash of the headlights to win the pro race of the final race of the evening here in Series 4 of Porsche Club America Sim Racing Round 6 at Sebring's final event. To Elliott Skier in the number 17 over Michael Polisek, Vaughn Glace, Jason Lisner, Leif Peterson, your top 5 in a really good battle at the front end of this field, Jacob Silva.
And what a battle it was. I mean, that was two of the best at the top of their craft in the final laps, just like we saw in the club race, but it was even a little bit more intense, a little bit more special when you consider the dominance Polisek has had this year, and obviously the experience that Elliott Skier brings to the table. Just an absolute masterclass between those two, and congratulations to Elliott Skier on easily the hardest fought pro victory we've seen all series long here in Series 4.
Not since Mid-Ohio at the beginning of the season in March have we seen a battle. That was where Michael Polisek and Jason Lisner went toe-to-toe before Polisek got his first career win in PCA Sim Racing that he had worked his absolute tail off for. He'll take P2, but points night, points night, points night. That'll be the refrain he repeats as we take a look at the full field rundown and tell you where your favorite driver finished. Elliott Skier takes home the victory over Michael Polisek in the 45. Vaughn Glace came home in the 3rd position, and Jason Lisner finished in 4th. Leif Peterson rounded out the top 5. 6 went to Greg Carr. Matthew Kinkis finished in the 7th position. John Malia, after that spin, never could quite recover, finished in the 8th spot. 9th went to Jeff Lewis, and 10th in this race went to Arthur Chan.
11th tonight was Chris Pies. 12th to James Huth, just ahead of his brother Mark Huth in 13th. Carlos Lopez was 14th tonight. Ryan Heidenreich in the 15th spot. 16th on the last car on the lead lap. Alberto Fonseca, 17th, 1 lap down after a penalty early on for an orange zone infraction. Jordan Dyer completing the 17 cars that started tonight's pro event.
And now we bring in our race winner, Elliott Skier, out of the San Diego region of the PCA. Gets it done tonight. There are a few different places we could go to start, but we'll begin with that battle at the end. You see Michael Polisek come off of pit road, and after he was about maybe 3.5, 4 seconds behind you in the first half of the race, all of a sudden, it's half a second. He's right there in your rearview mirror. Did it change the way you approached the second half of this race? And how did you hold him off in the final 15, 20 minutes?
No, it didn't change much. I kind of messed up there. I forgot we had to do a pit stop. So I'm coming down the back straight trying to take fuel out of the car and disconnect tires and do all this other stuff. And still was carrying a bit too much fuel there at the end, but made it work. No, I saw that he was going 2 laps longer, and I'm like, wow, he's really getting some good fuel mileage out there. But now once we came out, I heard my spotter say side by side, and my guy tell me that, and then I shut the mirrors off and just drove kind of drove to my Delta. And as long as I could keep him half a second back, that's too far to try anything, and it was enough to take it all the way to the line.
We know you have plenty of experience with the 911 GT3 Cup car, a little bit less experience with the GTLM, but what have you done in sim, and how much do you know and feel comfortable with this particular Porsche that I guess made it easier to pick up this track and get a feel for how to race it at Sebring?
Oh, definitely. The sim is just an incredible mental tool for real motorsport and obviously for sim racing. And it's something that I use with all my real clients, and along with some dedicated sim clients as well, where we mentally get on here and train and coach and learn that whole side, because it's identical. The pressure I'm under there from Michael is the same it would be in a real IMSA GT3 Cup race. But I love Sebring. I've got a lot of time in this car on here, and honestly, the confidence this car gives you feels very similar to that of the real life Cup car. So it's a pretty at-home combo.
Just a little bit extra pace, extra speed. That's the only difference here. Elliott, I know there are a lot of people that you need to thank for making it happen tonight. So who do you need to send your shout outs to after your victory tonight?
Yeah, absolutely. The obvious ones first. PCA for putting on this amazing series during these times. It's always great fun, and the grid sizes are unreal now. It's just fantastic to see. Of course, all the work you guys do. It's one of the best broadcasts out there, and now even comparing it to the pro stuff, it still is holding up well and above everyone else. All the guys at Premier Sports Car Service out in Vegas have been fantastic with it all. My teammates at Revolution Racing and F4H Racing on the sim have been fantastic, and yeah, just out here having some fun. And iRacing put a fantastic product out, and can't wait to use it like this all the time.
Well, Elliot, congratulations on your victory. 1 for 1 in Series 4. So guess you'll have to come back next week in Silverstone to keep up that perfect record. But in the meantime, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us, and we look forward to seeing you down the road.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for everything. Can't wait for next week.
Elliot Skier comes home P1 this evening. It's Michael Polisek that we turn our attention to next, and he finished P2. He's with Jacob Seelman.
Yeah, Mike, certainly not the position I know that you wanted to be in, but one heck of a back and forth battle. You and Elliott traded fast laps down the stretch, and it just seemed like those last couple of laps, he had just enough to be able to hold you at bay. Were you missing anything? Was it just a matter of both of you were that even? I mean, what was the difference in those final laps?
Well, I've learned from Road Atlanta that fighting that getting into battles that you really shouldn't be, especially for championship implications, that's definitely not the way to go. So I saw that Skier was getting looser and looser every lap, so I just decided if I just stay behind him and tailgate him, maybe he'll make a mistake and crack, and I'll be able to take the lead. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, so I really had to start pushing for the last couple laps to try and get the win, but I'm glad I finished second. Also, with the pit stops, I overfueled way too much. I had about a lap and a half spare. So unfortunately, I think that's what cost me the lead to begin with. But that was a really fun battle, and I really enjoyed that.
Before that, you had a second fun battle. You and Malia were really going at it, and finally, it's funny you mentioned trying to force a mistake. You actually were able to force a mistake out of him in that earlier battle for third.
Yeah, I pretty much just had to tailgate him and wait for him to make a mistake, because that grass patch that Malia spun on, I did that in the prelude race, and I've done it multiple times in practice. It's really easy to do, especially when this car moves around so much on braking, and you can really lock a rear wheel easily and spin out like Malia did. It's a tough track. It's very, very hard, and there's plenty of places where you can make those silly errors, especially with the car being so nervous under braking.
When you started on pole, Pike and I both, I think, thought that it was going to be a short day for everybody else. What happened on the start to set you back in the first place?
I knew that turn one, especially around here, wasn't my strong point, especially on cold tires, and the car is ridiculously unpredictable on cold tires. It'll either just randomly understeer beneath you, or it will just make you spin. So I thought that I slowed down enough for turn one, but apparently not. And I lost those 3 places, unfortunately. But things happened, so I just pretty much put my head down and just drove as fast as I could for the rest of the race.
Still a very solid points day, obviously best among those chasing the Series 4 championship. And I know that also lends itself to a lot of good people, Mike, that you need to say thank you to, who makes it happen for you in the 45 bike.
Absolutely. First of all, I'd like to thank my sponsors, Grand Prix New York and GT Hub. I'd also like to thank Lone Wolf Motorsports again for their support that they've been giving me all through this championship. I'd like to thank the PCA for putting on this beautiful event. I'd also like to thank Splash and Go for their beautiful paint scheme. And I'd also like to thank you guys as well for putting on this amazing broadcast. And thank you to the Northern New Jersey region as well for all the support that you've been giving me. It's great to be a part and represent such a great region.
He mentioned it, repping for the Northern New Jersey region, and remains on top of the point standings. James Pike, Mike Polisek, P2, after a hard-fought battle at the end tonight at Sebring.
Thank you.
Really good stuff from Michael Polisek, who comes home in P2. P3, is where we turn our attention to next. And Vaughn Glace comes home in that third spot. And Vaughn, pretty straightforward race, I think, for you, especially once John Malia went around and it was between you and Jason Lisner, and then tons of speed there at the end of it. You were about the only person that was in the zip code of Skier and Polisek, just didn't quite have the track position to knock everything out. So we'll take a moment here, see if we can get a hold of Vaughn Glace once again, who I think is at least in decent shape now to get it done. Vaughn, just one more time, talk about the racing, especially with Jason in the second half of the race, and see, tell us what happened from your perspective and how that all went, especially once John went around and it sort of strung out that middle group a bit.
Yeah, well, first, it all started in the first half of the race where it was a fuel save and tire save kind of strategy that I went with, sitting behind
few technical issues there with Vaughn Glace. We'll see if we can get a hold of him within the next few moments and try it one more time. Yeah, Vaughn, go ahead and just keep on rolling with what you're talking about here. So we can get him one more time. Vaughn Glace, just keep on. We'll let you roll in with what you were talking about.
Hopefully it won't drop me again. Yeah, so the fuel and tire strategy early on paid off in the end, just to have that final push, because I knew the strategy was going to be tight with the shorter or with the more aggressive pit stop that I took. So I'm glad it paid off, and it was just kind of keeping the nose clean and putting as much as a gap on Jason as possible.
Putting as much as a gap, you definitely did. And I feel like this is, it's good experience in the GTLM, but of the drivers who have come in the middle of the season, I don't think anyone else has shown more speed than you have. So the series championship might be a little bit too far out of reach, but is it one of those cases where we wait and see if it's going to be something we watch for, and maybe it's something where it might not be this series that you get the title, but maybe Series 5 with the Cayman in the fall might be something you look at?
Yeah, definitely. My team, RSR Esport, we've been working a lot with the Cayman, and we're really excited to see all the practice that we put in and how it's going to pay off.
Should be a lot of fun to see it all happen. Who do you need to thank for making tonight's run possible?
First off, everybody at RSR Esports, all of our sponsors, including Formula Hypersoft News, G Performance, Rosso Sim Racing, Apex V2R, and Abruzzi Simware. They've been a big help and support coming into this series. And then
a lot of folks, I would say, have been very helpful to Vaughn Glace. We'll get it in. Vaughn, keep on rolling with all the folks that were left.
And two new sponsors that actually came on board tonight, being Battery Tender and The Custom Map Company. So I'm really excited to be working with them in the future, both in the sim racing world and in the real world in karting.
Well, Vaughn, thanks so much for taking the time to speak to us, and we look forward to seeing you next week at Silverstone. Congratulations on the podium.
Thank you very much. Stay safe and healthy, and have a good night.
Vaughn comes home in P3. Jacob Seelman, 4 races, 4 hours, 15 minutes. A solid night of racing here at PCA Sim Racing, but we turn our attention to the first ever visit to the UK for PCA Sim Racing. And it's not the new Silverstone, mind you. It's the old Silverstone. It's the old Grand Prix layout that we're going to next week. The historical GP is the official term, but in either case, a different twist here. The final overseas race of Series 4 next Friday night.
Indeed, and the historic layout at Silverstone easily. The new layout has its own challenges, but the historic layout put on tremendous racing throughout its history, and certainly excited to see how it shakes out for PCA Series 4 when we get there in 1 week's time. Obviously, one of those schedule shuffles tonight that allowed me to be able to jump in here for the second half of the broadcast. Always appreciative of that. And shoot, I guess I picked a good half to be able to be around for, James, because we saw certainly out of the club and pro races 2 tremendous battles down the stretch that I would say characterized the entire night of action here at Sebring.
Would agree with you on all fronts as we remind you of the events that are coming up across the world of iRacing and of Podium Esports over the next few days. It starts tomorrow. IndyCar goes oval racing. The IndyCar Racing Challenge continues on NBCSN with the Chevrolet 275 from Michigan International Speedway. The broadcast you'll be able to find on NBCSN tomorrow afternoon at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Before tomorrow night, it's round 4 of the Rowdy Energy Super Select Series as we head to our premier partner's backyard. Kyle Busch is the Las Vegas native. We enter the bull ring at Las Vegas, and you'll see the start of that broadcast 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time on speed51.com and the Speed 51 Facebook page. Next up on the docket, after we celebrate Easter and cover Sunday and Monday up, we turn to Tuesday. Richmond Raceway, a big week for Richmond coming up. The eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series heads to Richmond for round 5 of their series next Tuesday night, April 14th, 9 p.m. Eastern on the iRacing Twitch channel, Facebook page, and YouTube channel before the ERL Premier Series gets to Richmond the next day, April 15th, 7:40 p.m. Eastern Time. That'll be next Wednesday on the ERL Twitch channel. Our next race, of course, as we just said, Silverstone. The 2008 scan of the Silverstone Circuit, the historical GP course, coming your way next Friday night, April 17th at 7:40 p.m. Eastern Time on the iRacing Esports Network. And it will be a lot of fun, I think, to head over to the UK and run Silverstone for the first time in PCA Sim Racing history. That will do it for tonight's broadcast of Round 6 of Series 4 of Porsche Club of America Sim Racing from Sebring International Raceway. So for everyone at PCA, for Jim Hemmick, Doug Atkinson, our race control, Kyle Barnes, Mike Knighton, Dewey King, and the steering committee, Liam Ranzitas, a part of that as well. For all the participants, everybody watching here on the iRacing Esports Network, for Gary Sexton, John Theodore at Podium Esports, Cisco Scaramuza for his background help tonight, and to my colleague here in the booth, Jacob Seelman, and our producer and colleague, Ryan Bauer. I am James Plank, the voice of Podium Esports. Thank you so much for watching Podium's coverage of PCA Sim Racing tonight on the iRacing Esports Network. We will see you from Silverstone next Friday night.